Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The morning mist clung to the mountainside in delicate tendrils, softening the harsh edges of the wasteland terrain. Dew collected on sparse vegetation, transforming ordinary plants into crystalline sculptures that caught the gentle light of dawn. The air carried a rare clarity, free from the radiation storms that frequently swept across the Commonwealth, allowing visibility across the vast expanse of wilderness below. Through this tranquil scene, a solitary figure moved with unhurried purpose. Former Colonel Augustus Autumn, once the commanding voice of the Enclave in the capital wasteland, now simply Gus to the few who knew him, navigated the rocky path with practiced care. His weathered duster coat, long stripped of Enclave insignia, fluttered slightly in the mountain breeze, revealing glimpses of the ballistic weave beneath, one of many precautions from a lifetime of vigilance that had become habit rather than necessity. Time had changed him. The rigid military bearing remained, but age had softened his once sharp features, adding lines around his eyes and silver streaks through his closely cropped hair. The years since the Enclave's fall had been unkind in many ways, yet somehow transformative as well. Isolation had granted him perspective, rarely afforded to those embedded within organizational hierarchy. Time to reflect on purpose, loyalty, and the road ahead. Gus paused at a natural overlook, breathing deeply of the mountain air while surveying the landscape below. From this elevation, the devastation that defined the world at ground level blended into something almost beautiful, a patchwork of ruins and regrowth, human persistence and nature's reclamation existing in uneasy balance. Somewhere down there, settlements struggled towards something resembling civilization, ignorant of the history buried in these mountains. Should be just ahead, he murmured to himself, consulting the battered pre-war map that had guided his journey. The yellowed paper displayed topographical features long altered by nuclear reshaping, but the fundamental mountain structure remained recognizable. He had marked a location with faded pencil, coordinates extracted from encrypted records saved from the Enclave's final days, indicating a facility unknown even to most within the organization's command structure. Resuming his careful ascent, Gus noted the subtle changes in terrain that suggested human intervention. A path too regular despite apparent disuse, rock formations that appeared natural until viewed from specific angles, revealing their deliberate placement. Such measures spoke to the facility's classified nature, even within an organization built on secrecy and compartmentalization. The entrance revealed itself not with grand architecture or imposing defenses, but through absence. A shadow too geometric to be natural, partially concealed by a rock slide that archaeological evidence suggested had been deliberately triggered. Nature had further obscured the site in the decades since, with hardy mountain flora establishing shallow root systems across the rubble and weathering, softening the manufactured edges of what remained visible. Gus approached with measured caution, conducting visual assessment before physical exploration. His years of survival had taught the value of patience. Rushing toward potential resources had claimed countless wasteland lives, regardless of faction allegiance or combat training. He noted details that less experienced eyes might miss. The faint discoloration of stone near what appeared to be the main entrance, suggesting active defensive measures once mounted there. The almost imperceptible seam of a personnel door, distinct from the larger vehicle entrance, now permanently sealed by rockfall. After completing his assessment, he approached the personnel entrance. Close inspection revealed the remnants of a sophisticated security system. Retinal scanner, keypad, and physical lock combining to create defense in depth. Time and exposure had degraded these systems, but not eliminated them entirely. The keypad still showed signs of power, faint illumination behind shattered display segments suggesting internal systems maintained some functionality despite external damage. Gus retrieved a small device from his pack, one of the few pieces of Enclave technology he had retained through the years. The decryption module represented the organization's technical superiority, capable of interfacing with nearly any pre-war security system through adaptive algorithms that would have been revolutionary even before the bombs fell. He connected it to exposed wiring beneath the damaged keypad housing, watching as diagnostic patterns flashed across its small display. Command-level override still viable, he noted with quiet satisfaction as green confirmation indicators appeared. Autonomous power systems maintaining minimal functionality. The door released with a pneumatic hiss, followed by the grinding protest of mechanisms long dormant. The seal had maintained integrity sufficient to prevent complete environmental contamination, evidenced by the stale but non-toxic air that escaped as the entrance opened to reveal a darkened corridor beyond. Gus activated his Pip-Boy light before entering, the familiar green glow illuminating dust particles disturbed by the door's operation. Unlike the personalized devices common throughout the wasteland, his unit displayed the subtle refinements of Enclave manufacturing. Additional sensor capabilities, enhanced radiation detection, and power management systems that had maintained functionality long after standard models would have failed. The corridor beyond the entrance showed the distinctive aesthetic of Enclave design, utilitarian but precisely engineered, every element serving specific purpose within overall operational parameters. Emergency lighting activated as he proceeded, motion sensors triggering reserved power to illuminate his path with soft amber glow rather than harsh fluorescence that would have characterized normal operations. Emergency protocol still active, Guess observed, professional assessment momentarily overshadowing personal purpose, prioritizing minimal life support and security over non-essential systems, textbook conservation implementation. His footsteps echoed softly against polished concrete floors as he advanced deeper into the facility. The corridor widened into what had clearly served as a security checkpoint. Desks positioned for optimal coverage of approaching personnel, weapon mounts visible though the arms themselves were absent, lockers that likely once contained additional defensive equipment now standing empty, with doors ajar. Beyond this first checkpoint, the facility layout began revealing its purpose through specialized infrastructure. Unlike the combat-oriented outposts that had formed the Enclave's visible presence, this installation showed the hallmarks of research focus: laboratory access points, reinforced data conduits visible along corridor ceilings, pneumatic delivery systems for specimen transport between segregated sections. Gus's expression showed subtle reaction as understanding solidified. "Research Outpost Echo 7, he murmured, recognition dawning from file designations glimpsed decades earlier in classified briefings. pre-war continuation protocols, developmental genetics division. The Enclave's scientific endeavors had always existed on a spectrum from practical military application to theoretical exploration, pushing ethical boundaries. While public-facing operations emphasized purity and restoration, isolated facilities like this one had pursued more speculative research, attempts to understand and potentially control the evolutionary pressure created by widespread radiation exposure. A low electronic tone drew his attention to a nearby terminal, one of many positioned at regular intervals throughout the corridor. Unlike most, this one showed signs of active power, its screen displaying amber text against black background rather than the blank darkness of inactive systems. Approaching with casual caution born of long experience, Gus noted the login prompt requesting credentials that technically no longer existed within any active hierarchy. The terminal responded to his decryption module with surprising receptivity, security protocols accepting command-level override despite decades of isolation. The system initiated automatic status reports as access granted, scrolling information across the screen with mechanical efficiency. Vacancy. Research Outpost Echo 7, Status, minimal operational capacity personnel, 0=0 in stasis primary power, offline. 17,328 days. Auxiliary power, 22% capacity, Stasis systems, emergency lighting, minimal life support, secure storage preservation, primary data archive. The report continued with technical details regarding environmental conditions, security status, and maintenance requirements. Information streaming past with the impersonal precision that characterized Enclave operational documentation. Gus scanned these details with professional attention, noting particularly the preservation systems that remained active despite severe power limitations. Prioritize data and specimen preservation, he observed, identifying organizational values reflected in power allocation decisions. Maintaining research integrity even after abandonment. Moving deeper into the facility, Gus passed through sections that told the story of hurried evacuation. Personal items left behind in residential quarters, meals abandoned, half consumed in the small commissary, research materials secured but with the hasty imprecision of operations conducted under duress. The evidence suggested orderly withdrawal rather than catastrophic event. Personnel evacuated according to protocols, taking essential materials while leaving infrastructure intact. The heart of the facility presented itself as he rounded a final corridor. A central research chamber surrounded by observation areas and support systems. Unlike the limited emergency lighting in corridors, this section maintained higher illumination, power allocation reflecting the priority assigned to whatever research had occurred here. At the chamber's center stood preservation units, cylindrical containers of advanced design, their transparent sections revealing biological specimens suspended in specialized solution. Most contained plant samples displaying various mutations, organized in what appeared to be evolutionary sequence. Others held smaller animal specimens, rodents primarily, showing controlled genetic modifications rather than the random mutations that characterized wasteland fauna. Gus approached these specimens with scientific curiosity temporarily outweighing his original purpose. The preservation technology itself represented remarkable achievement, maintaining biological integrity for decades without active maintenance, preventing deterioration through self-regulating chemical balance within sealed environments. Even the Brotherhood of Steel, with their technological focus, would find such capabilities noteworthy. Controlled evolutionary acceleration, he noted after examining information displayed on adjacent terminals. A attempting to direct adaptation rather than merely respond to random mutation. Theoretical foundation for human application, though implemented only on botanical and rodent test subjects. This discovery aligned with what he knew of Enclave scientific philosophy, the belief that humanity's recovery required directed evolution rather than chaotic natural selection. The research conducted here had been preliminary rather than applied, theoretical groundwork rather than immediate implementation. Unlike other facilities that had pursued more aggressive applications, this outpost had maintained focus on fundamental understanding of radiation-induced genetic adaptation. As Gus continued his exploration, a subtle electronic tone drew his attention to a door previously overlooked, a sound distinct from the background operational hum, suggesting alert rather than normal function. The reinforced door bore markings indicating secure data storage beyond, its access panel illuminated despite power conservation protocols affecting most other systems. His decryption module interfaced with this security system as it had with previous checkpoints, though requiring longer processing time. Evidence of more sophisticated protection assigned to this particular section. Eventually, authorization protocols accepted his command credentials, releasing mechanical locks with precision engineering that had withstood decades of dormancy. The room beyond differed markedly from the research spaces previously explored. Rather than biological focus, this chamber contained comprehensive data storage, server banks lining walls in precise arrangement, holotape archives in environmentally controlled cabinets, physical documentation preserved in specialized containment. Most notably, a central terminal maintained full power despite restrictions elsewhere, its screen active with scrolling status indicators. Command Archive Alpha, Gus identified, recognizing the distinctive configuration from his years in Enclave hierarchy. Complete operational history and command decisions preserved independent of central networks. This discovery represented precisely what he had sought, not technological advantage or biological specimens, but information. The Enclave's dissolution had scattered both personnel and knowledge, fragmenting organizational memory along with operational capability. These isolated archives contained perspectives unavailable elsewhere. The unfiltered decision processes, ethical considerations, and strategic assessments that had shaped Enclave philosophy beyond public positioning. Gus activated the central terminal, navigating its interface with the familiarity of someone returning to once routine procedures. The system recognized his credentials, despite the decades since their official validity, granting access to archives organized by classification level and operational relevance. He initiated search parameters focused on specific time frames and decision points. The periods of internal debate regarding Enclave purpose and methodology that had occurred largely hidden from field personnel. The terminal processed his query with remarkable efficiency given its isolation, retrieving documents and recorded discussions from senior leadership during the organization's formative periods. Goose seated himself in the archive supervisor's chair, settling into position for extended review as the first recordings began playback on the terminal's audio system. The voices that emerged from decades-old recordings carried the formal precision characteristic of Enclave leadership, measured tones discussing humanity's future with clinical detachment that masked the enormous ethical implications of their decisions. Yet beneath this professional veneer, subtle indicators of personal perspective emerged, hesitations before particularly consequential statements, vocal modulation suggesting emotional investment despite attempted neutrality, occasional departures from prepared remarks when addressing fundamental questions of purpose. The mandate remains unchanged, stated one voice, identified as Director Elizabeth Autumn, his own grandmother, her tone carrying authority born of both position and conviction. Preservation of humanity's future through application of pure scientific principle, unconstrained by pre-war limitations that led to global failure. The question before us is not objective but methodology. How best to implement regenerative protocols given current environmental constraints? Another voice responded with measured disagreement. The genetic approach represents technological overreach without philosophical foundation. Selection criteria become inherently subjective despite scientific framing. Are we preserving humanity or redefining it according to our own limited understanding? This philosophical division, one emphasizing controlled intervention versus another advocating more gradual restoration, had existed within Enclave leadership from its earliest days, though rarely visible to operational personnel. The debate continued across multiple recordings, revealing complex ethical considerations beneath the organization's public positioning. Gus listened with unwavering attention, occasionally accessing supplementary documentation referenced during discussions. His expression remained largely neutral despite personal connection to these historical figures, professional assessment taking precedence over familial recognition. Occasionally, he paused recordings to document particular statements in his journal, preserving fragments of organizational memory for future reflection. The archive held not only leadership deliberations but field reports from various facilities, some familiar from his active service, others unknown even to someone of his former rank. These operational records provided granular detail regarding implementation attempts, successes, failures, and adjustments across decades of Enclave activity throughout multiple territories. Genetic variability exceeding predicted parameters, noted one research report from a facility designated Sierra 9. Wasteland adaptation occurring through natural selection at rates unprecedented in pre-war models. Recommendation to revise baseline assumptions regarding human adaptability without technological intervention. Such assessments had apparently received limited attention within leadership circles, their implications regarding fundamental Enclave philosophy perhaps too challenging for ready incorporation. Yet they had been preserved rather than suppressed. Evidence of scientific integrity maintained despite potential conflict with organizational direction. As afternoon transitioned toward evening outside the sealed facility, Gus remained immersed in historical review, losing track of time as recordings and documents revealed the complex reality behind simplified historical narratives. The Enclave portrayed in wasteland accounts, uniformly malevolent and ideologically rigid, emerged instead as an organization containing both visionary idealism and profound ethical failures, sometimes within the same individuals. His personal connection to this history provided context unavailable to most wasteland inhabitants. Names appearing in documents represented not merely historical figures, but people he had known. Mentors, colleagues, occasionally family members, pursuing what they genuinely believed represented humanity's best hope for restoration. Their methods had often deserved the condemnation received, yet their motivations contained complexities rarely acknowledged in simplistic wasteland narratives. The gentle hum of archive systems provided unobtrusive accompaniment to his research, creating an almost meditative atmosphere within the secured room. Dust particles danced in the terminal's light, periodically disturbed by environmental circulation systems maintaining minimal air quality despite power conservation. The facility existed in suspended animation, neither fully operational nor completely abandoned, preserving knowledge while its creators had long since departed. A subtle alert tone eventually drew Gus from his research immersion, his Pip-Boy indicating approaching nightfall through chronometer function. The reminder established practical considerations regarding shelter and security, particularly given the facility's isolated location and uncertain structural integrity after decades without maintenance. Enough for today, he decided, initiating proper shutdown protocols on the terminal, rather than simply abandoning active systems. The archive responded with orderly processing, securing accessed files before returning to standby mode that would preserve remaining power while maintaining data integrity. As Gus prepared to exit the archive room, a final document caught his attention. A personnel file left visible on a secondary terminal, perhaps accessed by the facility's last occupants before evacuation. The name displayed triggered immediate recognition. Augustus Autumn, his father, whose father had predated his own and shaped the organizational culture he had later inhabited. This unexpected personal connection warranted brief delay despite practical considerations. Gus accessed the file, finding performance evaluations, mission reports, and command assessments spanning decades of service. Most significant were personal notations from senior leadership regarding his father's evolving perspective on Enclave methodology, documenting gradually increasing reservations about certain applications of organizational philosophy despite continued commitment to fundamental mission. Colonel Autumn expresses concerns regarding proposed genetic filtration protocols, one evaluation noted. While maintaining operational compliance, his assessment questions long-term sociological implications of implementation without broader consultation. Recommend monitoring for potential loyalty conflicts, while recognizing analytical value of dissenting perspective. This discovery offered insight into questions that had lingered throughout Gus's own service and subsequent years of reflection. His father had never openly discussed organizational doubts during their limited personal interactions, maintaining the professional separation characteristic of Enclave command structure. Yet these records suggested an internal philosophical journey parallel to what Gus himself had experienced following organizational dissolution. Questioning means while still valuing ends, seeking balance between preservation and adaptation. After documenting key elements from his father's file for later consideration, Gus completed archive shutdown and prepared for departure. The facility had yielded precisely what he had sought. Not technological advantage, but perspective, the complex historical reality behind simplified narratives. This knowledge offered no practical survival advantage in the wasteland, yet provided something perhaps more valuable: context for making peace with his own past while determining future direction. As Gus navigated back through research chambers and security checkpoints toward the facility entrance, he noted details overlooked during initial exploration. Personal effects left behind during evacuation that revealed human elements beneath organizational structure. A coffee mug with hand-painted decoration on a researcher's desk. A small framed photograph partially concealed beneath evacuation checklists. Technical journals with handwritten notations in margins questioning official conclusions. These remnants humanized what historical accounts often portrayed as monolithic, evidence that even within rigid organizational structure, individual perspectives and personal connections had existed alongside official purpose. The Enclave had been both less and more than wasteland narratives suggested, neither uniformly malevolent nor purely misunderstood, but rather humans pursuing what they believed represented necessary action during civilization's darkest period. Reaching the entrance corridor, Gus paused before final departure. The facility would likely remain undisturbed for decades more, its location unknown to wasteland factions, its technology largely obsolete despite preservation, its primary value historical rather than practical. He considered whether to implement permanent shutdown protocols, preserving remaining power for archive integrity rather than maintaining systems unlikely to serve future purpose. After thoughtful consideration, he decided against intervention beyond his research needs. The facility had maintained operational balance for decades without human direction. Artificial termination might disrupt preservation systems protecting unique historical records. Better to allow its gradually diminishing systems to continue their programmed conservation, maintaining information for unknown future discovery rather than imposing arbitrary conclusion. The mountain air greeted him as the personnel door reopened, noticeably fresher than the facility's carefully filtered but stale atmosphere. Evening had fully claimed the landscape during his research immersion, stars emerging in remarkable clarity, available only in regions distant from settlement light pollution. The mountain terrain that had presented navigational challenge during daylight now offered natural security. Few wasteland travelers would attempt such difficult terrain without compelling purpose, particularly after nightfall. Gus established camp within a small natural alcove near the facility entrance, close enough to return if necessary, yet positioned to avoid obvious association with the concealed door. His preparations displayed veteran efficiency. Perimeter awareness devices positioned at optimal intervals, sleeping arrangement balancing comfort against rapid departure capability, minimal fire, configured for heat with limited light signature. As he completed these preparations, Gus's attention periodically returned to the facility entrance, now reclosed and showing no external evidence of his visitation. The knowledge preserved within represented connection to personal history, without offering practical advantage for wasteland survival. Yet he had traveled considerable distance specifically for this discovery, prioritizing historical understanding over more immediate concerns that typically dominated post-war existence. This pursuit reflected his gradual transformation since the Enclave's dissolution, from organizational operative defined by hierarchical purpose to individuals seeking understanding of both past and potential future. The wasteland offered few opportunities for such reflection, its daily challenges generally demanding immediate response rather than philosophical consideration. Yet such understanding increasingly seemed necessary for meaningful existence beyond mere survival. The night deepened around his small camp, stars wheeling overhead in patterns unchanged despite the world's transformation below. Somewhere across the wasteland, settlements continued their various approaches to rebuilding, some through cooperation, others through domination, each believing their methodology represented optimal response to civilization's collapse. Their varied efforts echoed the same fundamental questions the Enclave had confronted, though approached through different philosophical frameworks and technological capabilities. Gus reviewed his journal notes by the subtle illumination of his Pip-Boy, documenting key discoveries while memories remained fresh. His meticulous recording reflected both military training and personal commitment to accurate historical preservation, creating record that might eventually contribute to more nuanced understanding than typically available through wasteland accounts. Historical complexity rarely survives ideological simplification, he noted in conclusion, capturing philosophical assessment alongside factual documentation. The Enclave's fundamental failure came not through incorrect identification of post-war challenges, but through methodological rigidity that prevented adaptation to emerging evidence. Protection became control, preservation became limitation, and restoration became limitation, according to predetermined parameters. This assessment represented neither defense nor condemnation of his former organization, but rather contextual understanding developed through years of reflection. The facility's archives had provided missing perspectives that completed his personal evaluation, offering closure without absolution or rejection, simply comprehensive understanding of complex historical reality. As he settled into rest configuration, Gus found unexpected peace, despite the isolation and inherent wasteland dangers surrounding his position. The knowledge gained through this expedition offered no tactical advantage, supplied no material resources, and would likely remain unknown to anyone beyond himself. Yet it provided something increasingly valuable in his personal journey: continuity between past and present, context for evaluating both former purpose and future direction. The mountain night continued its peaceful progression, undisturbed by human activity beyond his small camp. Wind moved gently through sparse vegetation, creating subtle rustling that blended with distant sounds of nocturnal wildlife, pursuing their own purposes, independent of human concerns. The facility behind him maintained its quiet functioning beneath concealing rock, preserving fragments of a world and organization long since transformed by nuclear fire and subsequent adaptation. Gus drifted gradually towards sleep, his veteran's vigilance maintained even in rest through perimeter devices and ingrained alertness to environmental changes. The knowledge discovered would travel with him when he departed tomorrow, leaving the facility to its continued solitude, while he returned to wasteland existence with perspective unavailable to most who navigated its challenges. The final moments before sleep brought unexpected clarity regarding his ongoing journey. The Enclave had sought to preserve humanity's future through controlling its development according to predetermined patterns. Their failure demonstrated not the invalidity of preservation itself, but rather the limitations of rigid methodology in responding to unprecedented circumstances. Perhaps true preservation required adaptation rather than control, maintaining core principles while evolving application to address emerging reality. This understanding offered direction for his remaining years, neither rejecting his past nor remaining defined by organizational identity, now dissolved, but rather applying valuable elements of both training and purpose toward constructive engagement with the wasteland's gradual rebuilding. Not through imposing predetermined vision, but through contributing skills and knowledge where they might support others' efforts towards civilization's renewal. As consciousness faded into restful sleep, distant mountains still concealed other forgotten outposts of the once powerful Enclave. While old facilities lay dormant across the wasteland, elsewhere a different remnant stirred. Far to the south, an aging soldier in faded armor stood vigil over an outpost long abandoned by his comrades, his unwavering loyalty to a fallen organization about to face its greatest test. As Gus slept peacefully beside the hidden bunker, our next tale beckons from the lonely watchtower of devotion. Join us for Loyal Until the End. Dusk settled over the Mojave wasteland in gentle increments, the harsh desert sun surrendering its dominance to softer hues of amber and purple. Long shadows stretched across the cracked earth, transforming the barren landscape into a canvas of subtle contrasts. The temperature began its nightly descent, bringing merciful relief from the day's unforgiving heat as stars emerged in the darkening sky. Upon a weathered ridge overlooking a seldom-traveled valley stood a structure that time had nearly forgotten. Once a proud Enclave outpost, part of a network that had maintained vigilant watch over the wasteland, it now existed in dignified decay. The concrete foundation remained sound despite decades of exposure, while metal components showed the patient oxidation of abandonment. Solar panels that had once powered sophisticated monitoring equipment now lay at impractical angles, their positioning long since surrendered to gravity and occasional windstorms. Within this fading monument to a fallen power, Sergeant Major Edwin Crawford maintained his post with unwavering dedication. 23 years had passed since official communication channels had gone silent, 17 since his last contact with any Enclave personnel, yet each day followed the same disciplined routine established during active operations. Perimeter check at dawn, equipment maintenance during morning hours, surveillance sweeps at midday, communications monitoring despite years of silence, and security verification. As evening approached, Crawford moved with the measured precision of military discipline ingrained beyond conscious thought. His Enclave armor, once a gleaming symbol of technological superiority, now bore the weathered patina of decades of field maintenance with limited resources. The power systems had been modified to function with reduced capacity, sacrificing enhanced strength for longevity, allowing continued operation long after standard models would have failed. His helmet rested on a nearby console, revealing a face marked by both age and unwavering purpose. Time had etched deep lines around eyes that had once burned with zealous certainty, now carrying a quieter vigilance tempered by solitude. His hair had long since turned completely silver, kept precisely trimmed according to military regulation through his own careful efforts. A scar across his left cheek told the story of conflict from years before the outpost's abandonment, a reminder of service predating even the Enclave's fall from power. The evening security verification complete, Crawford allowed himself the small comfort of settling into the observer's chair positioned before the outpost's main viewport. From this elevation, the Mojave spread before him in panoramic display. Distant mountains silhouetted against the darkening sky, occasional lights marking scattered settlements or traveler campfires, the faint glow of New Vegas visible on clear nights despite considerable distance. Day 8,421 since last official contact, he noted aloud, maintaining the verbal log that had outlasted electronic recording equipment. Outpost Alpha 7 remains secure. No sign of hostile activity within surveillance perimeter. Communication channels monitored as per standing orders. No response to standard identification signals. This verbal report continued the protocol established when power conservation had necessitated limiting electronic documentation. Though no one remained to receive these reports, their discipline provided structure that preserved both routine and purpose through years of isolation. Each statement followed precise military formatting, factual, emotionless, focused on operational data rather than personal condition. Crawford's gaze lingered on the distant horizon, where fading light painted the wasteland in gentle abstraction. During daylight hours, the harsh reality of nuclear devastation defined the landscape. Broken highways, collapsed structures, irradiated zones visible through specialized optics. Twilight softened these wounds, allowing momentary pretense that the world remained whole beneath the gathering darkness. Operational assessment, he continued after a brief silence. Primary mission parameters increasingly undefined given command structure dissolution. Maintaining position without confirmed strategic purpose represents questionable resource allocation. Recommendation for reassignment or mission clarification repeatedly filed without response. Continuing standard protocols pending updated directives. This last statement held subtle irony recognized but unacknowledged. The recommendation for reassignment had continued long after any command structure capable of response had ceased to exist. The Enclave itself had fragmented following multiple defeats, its remnants scattered across the wasteland, most abandoning both identity and purpose in favor of anonymous survival. Yet here, in this isolated outpost, Sergeant Major Crawford maintained his vigil without interruption. The outpost interior reflected both military precision and the reality of extended isolation with minimal resupply. Equipment had been arranged for optimal functionality despite power limitations. Components cannibalized from non-essential systems to maintain those deemed mission-critical. Personal quarters remained organized according to regulation, bedding precisely folded, belongings stored in assigned compartments, nothing out of place despite the absence of inspection or oversight. Most telling were the adaptations necessitated by mission extension far beyond designed parameters. Hydroponics units constructed from modified monitoring equipment now produced minimal sustainable nutrition. Water purification systems had been redesigned for maximum efficiency rather than output volume. Power generation had transitioned from standard protocols to conservation configuration, providing essential functions through carefully managed solar collection rather than the reactor systems that had originally supported operations. These modifications demonstrated both practical ingenuity and profound dedication, the determination to maintain position regardless of circumstance, to continue the mission without support or acknowledgement. Where others might have abandoned post once communication ceased, Crawford had adapted, ensuring continued operation through increasingly challenging conditions. As True Night claimed the wasteland, he initiated the evening monitoring cycle, a final surveillance sweep before reduced nighttime operations. The outpost's remaining functional sensors extended his awareness beyond visual range, providing limited but valuable data about the surrounding territory. Movement patterns, radiation fluctuations, unusual energy signatures, each carefully documented despite the absence of report recipient. Unusual thermal signature detected, he noted suddenly, attention focusing on monitoring display where environmental data translated into tactical information. Single human profile approaching from southeast vector. Movement pattern suggests intentional approach rather than transitional passage. Current position approximately 2 kilometers from outpost perimeter. This development represented deviation from established patterns. The outpost's location had been specifically selected for minimal traffic exposure during original deployment, positioned away from natural travel routes or resource concentrations that might draw wasteland inhabitants. Years of monitoring had confirmed the effectiveness of this placement. Human activity remained rare within surveillance perimeter, typically limited to occasional traders or prospectors passing through, rather than approaching the outpost itself. Crawford's response demonstrated the immediate transition from routine to tactical readiness that defined professional soldiers regardless of isolation duration. His movements displayed no hesitation or deterioration despite decades without direct combat engagement. Armor secured with practiced efficiency, weapon systems verified for optimal function, defensive positions assessed with automatic thoroughness. Possible hostile approach, he continued, verbal log maintaining professional detachment despite potential threat. Implementing standard interception protocol, observation position established, with withdrawal routes secured, verbal challenge to be issued at appropriate distance with graduated response as required by contact nature. The outpost's defensive design provided multiple observation positions with overlapping fields of fire, a security configuration that would have accommodated full staffing during active operations. Crawford selected the eastern position, offering optimal coverage of the detected approach vector, his movements demonstrating familiarity born of countless security drills, conducted despite solitary deployment. From this position, specialized optics allowed detailed observation while maintaining concealment advantage. The approaching figure gradually resolved from environmental background, a man of late middle age traveling alone with minimal equipment. His attire suggested wasteland adaptation rather than faction affiliation, practical clothing showing the patched maintenance of long use rather than organizational uniformity. Most notably, the stranger carried no visible heavy weapons. A small sidearm holstered at his hip represented his only apparent armament, supplemented by a weathered machete likely serving utility purposes rather than primary defense. His pack showed the compact efficiency of experienced travelers, essential supplies without unnecessary burden. His movement pattern displayed the measured caution of wasteland navigation. Regular visual scanning, careful footing selection, deliberate rather than hurried progression. Crawford observed these details with professional assessment, tactical evaluation automatically categorizing potential threat level while identifying optimal response options. The approach appeared deliberate rather than accidental, yet lacked the aggression patterns associated with hostile intent. The minimal armament suggested non-military purpose, though experience had taught the danger of underestimating wasteland inhabitants regardless of appearance. As the visitor's path confirmed direct approach toward the outpost rather than coincidental proximity, Crawford adjusted position to enable verbal contact while maintaining defensive advantage. The outpost's external communication system had long since failed, but architectural design provided natural acoustic properties allowing voice projection from secured position. "Attention approaching individual," he called when the visitor reached the designated perimeter boundary. "You are entering a secured United States government installation. Identify yourself and state your purpose immediately." The stranger halted at this challenge, showing neither surprise nor alarm at the outpost's apparent occupation. His posture shifted slightly, not reaching for weapons but rather straightening with subtle formality that suggested recognition of authority despite the outpost's obvious age and condition. "Thomas Whitley," he responded, voice carrying clearly across the intervening distance. "Former Rivet City Security, currently independent courier. I'm not here by accident, Sergeant Major Crawford. I've been looking for this outpost specifically." This response contained multiple elements warranting immediate attention. Knowledge of Crawford's name and rank, specific outpost targeting rather than accidental discovery, and reference to capital wasteland settlements suggesting considerable travel distance. None aligned with standard encounter parameters experienced during years of isolation. "How do you possess knowledge of this installation's personnel?" Crawford demanded, maintaining professional tone despite unexpected developments. "This location remains classified under United States military protocol. Approach no further until satisfactory identification is provided." The visitor remained in place as directed, maintaining open posture with hands visible and distant from his holstered sidearm. "I served with Captain Rebecca Townsend in Rivet City Security before her death last year. She was formerly Lieutenant Townsend of Enclave Echo Company. Before passing, she asked me to deliver something to you if I could locate your position. I have no hostile intent, Sergeant Major." This information created immediate cognitive dissonance. Lieutenant Townsend had indeed served under Crawford's command during capital wasteland operations before the Enclave's strategic withdrawal. She had been presumed lost during subsequent reorganization, her status unknown since communication breakdown following Adams Air Force Base destruction. The reference contained details unavailable through public knowledge, suggesting legitimate connection rather than wasteland deception. After a moment of tactical consideration, Crawford adjusted his approach while maintaining security protocols. "Remain at current position. Place any carried items on the ground before you, then step back 5 paces. I will approach to verify your statement." Whitley complied with these instructions without hesitation or complaint, removing his pack and carefully placing it on the ground before retreating the specified distance. His movements displayed the cooperative precision of someone familiar with security procedures, neither resistant nor excessively deferential, simply acknowledging legitimate protocols. Crawford emerged from his defensive position with disciplined caution, armor systems compensating for age limitations as he navigated the uneven terrain. His weapon remained at ready position, not directly threatening, but prepared for immediate response if required. His approach maintained optimal positioning relative to both the visitor and available cover, tactical discipline undiminished by isolation or the unexpected nature of this encounter. Reaching the deposited pack, Crawford conducted visual inspection before physical interaction, assessing for potential threats, trap mechanisms, or other security concerns. The contents appeared consistent with long-distance wasteland travel: water containers, preserved rations, basic medical supplies, minimal personal items. Most significantly, a sealed metal case occupied central position, its construction suggesting deliberate protection of contents rather than standard storage. "The case contains what she asked me to deliver," Whitley explained from his maintained distance. "It's been sealed since she entrusted it to me. Said you'd understand its significance." Crawford retrieved the case while maintaining vigilance, his divided attention demonstrating the multitasking capability of experienced combat personnel. The container itself showed quality craftsmanship, uncommon in wasteland manufacturing. Precision sealing mechanisms, corrosion-resistant materials, subtle but unmistakable Enclave design characteristics, visible to knowledgeable observation. "How did you locate this position?" Crawford inquired while conducting preliminary case inspection. "This installation does not appear on any public maps or caravan routes." "Captain Townsend provided approximate coordinates before her passing," Whitley responded with forthright directness. "Said you maintained position here despite standing down orders after Adams Air Force Base. Took considerable searching and several false leads before confirming this location. Been traveling nearly 4 months since leaving the capital wasteland." This explanation aligned with operational security considerations. Townsend would have known approximate positioning from previous deployment briefings without having exact coordinates. The outpost's removed location would indeed require deliberate search rather than accidental discovery, explaining the considerable time investment mentioned. After completing security assessment without identifying immediate threats, Crawford reached a decision regarding their unusual interaction. "You will accompany me to the outpost for complete debriefing regarding Captain Townsend and delivery verification. Standard security protocols remain in effect. You will follow precisely 2 meters behind, maintain hands in visible position, and take no action without explicit authorization." "Understood, Sergeant Major," Whitley acknowledged, military formality suggesting previous service experience despite his current civilian status. "I'll comply with all security requirements." Their progress toward the outpost maintained this disciplined formation, Crawford leading with tactical awareness of both terrain and accompanying civilian, Whitley following at precise distance with the cooperative compliance of someone familiar with military procedures. The fading daylight cast long shadows across their path, temperature continuing its evening decline as stars multiplied in the darkening sky above. Upon reaching the outpost entrance, Crawford implemented visitor containment protocols established during original deployment but never previously utilized during his solitary occupation. The designated interview space provided necessary security while allowing controlled interaction, visibility from multiple positions, limited access points easily monitored, sufficient distance from sensitive equipment to prevent unauthorized observation. "Remain seated," Crawford directed after Whitley had been positioned appropriately. "I will examine the delivered materials before continuing debriefing." With the visitor secured in monitored space, Crawford retreated to his primary operations area to examine the sealed case with proper attention. The security mechanisms yielded to his authentication, fingerprint recognition supplemented by mechanical key carried throughout his years of deployment, suggesting Townsend had maintained access to Enclave security protocols despite her apparent separation from the organization. The systemly reign of the case opened with precision engineering characteristic of pre-fall Enclave manufacturing, internal compartments organized with military efficiency. Documents occupied the primary section, handwritten rather than printed, suggesting creation without standard equipment access. A holotape secured in protective housing occupied secondary position alongside what appeared to be an officer's insignia wrapped in preserved fabric. Crawford began with the documentation, recognizing Townsend's distinctive handwriting from mission reports filed during their shared deployment. The journal-like entries detailed her experiences following the Enclave's fragmentation, initial attempt to maintain organizational structure, gradual acceptance of institutional collapse, eventual integration into civilian settlement as security personnel, while maintaining operational security regarding her previous affiliation. Most significant were the final entries, dated approximately 1 year prior. Sergeant Major Crawford, if you're reading this, I've finally succeeded in establishing contact through Courier Whitley. I don't know how many others maintained their posts after command structure dissolution, but knowing you, I've always suspected you would be among them. What I must convey may challenge convictions you've maintained throughout your service. The accompanying holotape contains final transmission from Command Actual, sent through emergency channels shortly before Adams Air Force Base fell. It never reached most field units due to communication infrastructure damage during Capital Wasteland operations. The standing order is clear: stand down, preserve personnel, integrate where possible. The war for America's restoration as envisioned by original Enclave leadership has failed, not through lack of dedication from soldiers like yourself, but through fundamental flaws in organizational direction that no amount of loyalty could overcome. I've spent years processing this reality. Perhaps you'll reject it. Perhaps you've already reached similar conclusion through your own observations. Either way, you deserve to know the organization you've served with such dedication formally released you from that obligation years ago. The insignia was entrusted to me by Major Winters before his death 3 years past. He asked that it reach any remaining field officers maintaining position. It belongs with you now, one of the last still standing your post. Whatever you decide upon receiving this information, know that your dedication has not gone unrecognized. Some of us remember, some of us carried on differently. All of us made choices based on the world as it exists, not as we once hoped it would be. Captain Rebecca Townsend, formerly Lieutenant, Echo Company. Crawford processed this information with the disciplined compartmentalization characteristic of veteran soldiers, acknowledging emotional impact while maintaining functional focus on operational implications. The holotape would provide verification, but the handwritten authenticity of Townsend's communication carried significant weight, given their shared service history. She had been considered among the most devoted to Enclave ideals during their deployment, her assessment representing meaningful perspective rather than casual desertion. After securing the documentation, Crawford inserted the holotape into his personal Unit 1. Of the few pieces of equipment maintained at full functionality throughout his extended deployment, the recording initiated with standard authentication processes before displaying the Enclave presidential seal and beginning playback. The message that followed delivered exactly what Townsend had described. Official standing down orders, issued through emergency channels, as Enclave High Command recognized imminent structural collapse following multiple strategic defeats. The authentication codes embedded within the transmission matched those established for presidential-level emergency communication, confirming legitimacy beyond reasonable doubt. All remaining Enclave personnel are hereby released from active duty obligations, the recording concluded. Preserve technical knowledge where possible. Integrate into local populations when security permits. The organizational structure, as originally constituted, cannot be maintained. Adaptation is now required for continuation of fundamental mission objectives. Final authentication code follows. Crawford listened without visible reaction, military discipline maintaining a composed exterior despite profound internal impact. The orders he had awaited for decades had apparently been issued shortly after communication loss, their failure to reach his position resulting from infrastructure damage rather than abandonment. His continued vigil, while demonstrating exceptional dedication, had technically occurred without organizational mandate. After completing review of delivered materials, Crawford returned to the interview space where Whitley remained, waiting with patient accommodation of military procedures. The courier's expression showed neither impatience nor judgment, simply the professional neutrality of someone completing a assigned task without personal involvement in its implications. The materials appear authentic, Crawford acknowledged, military formality unchanged despite their significance. You've traveled considerable distance to complete this delivery. Explanation regarding Captain Townsend's final status is requested. Whitley nodded with respectful recognition of appropriate priorities. Captain Townsend served Rivet City security for approximately 12 years. Respected officer, kept her background mostly private, though some suspected military training from her tactical approach. Developed radiation illness about 2 years ago, gradual decline rather than acute exposure. Arranged this delivery during final months, considered it significant obligation requiring fulfillment. This information completed the operational picture, Townsend's integration into civilian structure following standing down orders, maintenance of operational security regarding previous affiliation, and determination to establish contact with possibly remaining Enclave personnel before her death. The timeline aligned with documented Enclave dissolution, supporting authenticity of both courier and delivered materials. Crawford processed this confirmation with the measured assessment that had characterized his years of service. You've fulfilled your obligation to Captain Townsend with appropriate diligence. Traveling conditions appear challenging given wasteland status. This outpost can provide temporary shelter and limited resupply before your departure. The offer represented significant adjustment to established protocols. No civilians had entered the outpost during Crawford's extended deployment, security procedures explicitly prohibiting unauthorized personnel regardless of circumstances. Yet the standing down orders, contained within the delivered materials, technically invalidated those protocols, creating operational ambiguity requiring immediate practical resolution. Appreciate the offer, Whitley responded with genuine but restrained gratitude. Been sleeping under stars for weeks now. A solid roof would be welcome before heading back toward NCR territory. With night fully established outside, Crawford implemented adapted security procedures, designating visitor containment area for overnight usage while maintaining vigilance through regular monitoring. The outpost's limited resources could accommodate temporary support without compromising sustained operations, particularly given the fundamental questions now facing those operations. After ensuring appropriate visitor accommodation, Crawford returned to his primary operations center, where the delivered materials remained secured for continued assessment. The insignia Townsend had forwarded, polished despite years of handling, preserved through obvious careful maintenance, represented tangible connection to the organizational structure that had defined his adult life. He examined it with professional detachment, noting the subtle manufacturing details that confirmed authentic Enclave production rather than wasteland replication. Through the night hours, Crawford maintained standard security protocols despite operational questions raised by the delivered information. Perimeter monitoring continued uninterrupted, automated systems supplemented by personal observation at designated intervals. The outpost remained secure, its functions continuing through established patterns despite the foundational uncertainty introduced by confirmed standing down orders. Dawn approached gradually, the eastern horizon developing subtle illumination before direct sunlight breached the mountainous perimeter. Crawford observed this transition from his command position, having maintained wakefulness throughout night hours while processing operational implications of the delivered information. His expression remained composed, despite significant internal reconsideration of purpose and direction, following decades of unwavering commitment. Whitley emerged from visitor containment as morning light strengthened, his movement triggering notification through monitoring systems Crawford had established during his accommodation preparation. The courier approached with appropriate caution, respecting military protocols despite their unusual circumstances, maintaining non-threatening posture while seeking authorized interaction. "Permission to speak, Sergeant Major," he requested upon reaching conversation distance. Military formalities suggesting renewed recognition of Crawford's preferred operational parameters. "Granted." Crawford acknowledged, professional demeanor unchanged despite the profound reconsideration occurring beneath this disciplined exterior. "You've rested adequately?" Whitley nodded with practical assessment, characteristic of experienced wasteland travelers. "Better than most nights recently. I'll be departing shortly to avoid heat travel, but wanted to ask if you have response for delivery confirmation. Standard courier protocol? Verification of receipt for original sender? Obviously not possible given circumstances, but professional habit. This request, framed within practical courier procedures, provided unexpected transition opportunity, addressing questions Crawford had considered throughout night hours. The delivered information challenged fundamental operational assumptions maintained through decades of isolation, not merely regarding continued deployment, but the broader purpose that had sustained unwavering commitment despite absence of command structure or mission confirmation. "Inform any remaining Echo Company personnel that Sergeant Major Crawford acknowledges receipt of standing down orders," he responded after momentary consideration. "Official deployment status transitioning to adaptation protocols as directed by final command authorization. Position maintained through extended communications failure rather than direct." This statement represented significant transition, acknowledgement of organizational dissolution after decades of maintained operational structure, acceptance of standing down orders previously unknown due to communication failure, fundamental reconsideration of purpose following confirmation of command direction. The formality masked personal impact while establishing official response appropriate to military protocols. "Will deliver if opportunity arises," Whitley confirmed, recognizing the statement's significance despite its controlled delivery. Though finding former Enclave personnel has proven challenging given integration directives, most have disappeared into wasteland populations, military backgrounds concealed for security consideration. Crawford nodded with understanding born of shared experience rather than abstract awareness. The Enclave's activities had created enduring hostility among wasteland factions, integration requiring separation from organizational identity, regardless of individual actions or beliefs. His own isolation had prevented such adjustment, creating increasingly anachronistic continuation of abandoned operational structure. Your delivery service has fulfilled proper obligation, he acknowledged, military formality gradually yielding to more direct human interaction. The information provides significant operational context previously unavailable through extended communication failure. Its delivery represents appropriate completion of Captain Townsend's final directive. After Whitley's departure later that morning, Crawford conducted comprehensive outpost assessment with adjusted perspective following confirmation of standing down orders. The facility had been maintained at optimal functionality through his dedicated efforts, despite resource limitations and extended isolation. Equipment remained operational beyond design parameters, through careful conservation and technical adaptation. Security protocols continued uncompromised despite decades without reinforcement or resupply. These achievements represented commendable dedication to assigned responsibility, maintenance of position and operational capacity despite challenging circumstances and absence of command confirmation. Yet the delivered information established new operational reality, requiring thoughtful response rather than continued automated implementation of protocols designed for organizational structure no longer existing. Throughout the day, Crawford methodically reviewed outpost systems with fresh perspective regarding future utilization given confirmed organizational dissolution. The surveillance equipment monitoring wasteland activity could provide valuable intelligence to settlements establishing regional stability. Communication systems, though limited by power conservation, maintained functional capacity for coordination with civilian populations, if appropriately adapted. Technical knowledge preserved through disciplined maintenance represented significant value within wasteland communities lacking specialized expertise. As evening approached once more, Crawford completed initial adaptation planning with the same methodical thoroughness that had characterized his years of deployment. The insignia delivered by Townsend rested on the command console, visible acknowledgement of organizational connection while planning transition beyond its operational structure. The weathered piece represented not merely rank designation, but connection to shared purpose that transcended specific implementation methodology. Standing at the outpost's primary viewport as sunset painted the wasteland in gentle illumination, Crawford surveyed territory monitored through decades of vigilant observation. The landscape remained fundamentally unchanged despite the significant operational transition occurring within his perspective. Settlements continued their tenuous existence. Traders navigated established routes, and wasteland hazards maintained their various threats to human survival and rebuilding efforts. Final deployment log under Enclave operational structure, he stated, maintaining verbal documentation despite transition circumstances. Sergeant Major Edwin Crawford, acknowledging receipt of standing down orders through verified communication channel. Position maintained through extended isolation due to communication failure rather than directive disregard. This formal acknowledgement established clear delineation between past operational status and future adaptation requirements. The disciplined implementation of military protocols had defined his service throughout decades of deployment, providing structure, purpose, and continuity despite organizational dissolution occurring beyond his awareness. That same discipline would now guide transition toward meaningful contribution within wasteland reality, rather than continued adherence to operational structure no longer existing within its original implementation. Adaptation protocols initiated as per final command directive, he continued after brief consideration. Technical knowledge preservation continues priority status. Outpost capabilities assessment completed, with potential civilian application identified. Integration planning commenced with security considerations appropriately prioritized. The statement acknowledged command responsibility while establishing forward direction aligned with final organizational directives. Crawford's military bearing remained unchanged despite significant operational adjustment. Discipline providing continuity through transition rather than resistance to necessary adaptation. The loyalty that had sustained isolated deployment now directed toward appropriate implementation of confirmed standing down orders rather than continued adherence to outdated protocols. As night settled fully across the Mojave, stars emerging in familiar patterns overhead, Crawford initiated power conservation configuration while maintaining essential monitoring systems. The outpost continued its vigilant observation of surrounding territory, though now with adjusted purpose, following operational clarification. The facility that had served as isolated Enclave outpost would transition toward new functionality, while preserving technical capabilities and knowledge developed through decades of dedicated maintenance. The darkness beyond the viewport contained both challenge and opportunity, wasteland dangers balanced against potential contribution towards stability and rebuilding. Crawford's military experience provided valuable perspective regarding both aspects, decades of observation yielding comprehensive understanding of regional dynamics despite isolated positioning. This knowledge represented significant value within adaptation protocols, offering potential benefit beyond continued solitary deployment without command structure or mission confirmation. Loyalty to mission rather than methodology, he noted in final evening observation, articulating principle emerging from extended reflection. Preservation through adaptation rather than rigid adherence to organizational structure. The objective remains human restoration despite adjusted implementation requirements. This philosophical clarification represented personal integration of operational transition, recognition that fundamental purpose could continue through adapted methodology rather than specific organizational structure. The standing down orders had acknowledged this reality at command level, directing preservation of personnel and technical knowledge through integration rather than continued isolated deployment under non-existent hierarchical authority. As Crawford secured the command center for nighttime configuration, his attention briefly returned to the insignia delivered by Townsend. The weathered emblem had traveled considerable distance to reach its intended recipient, carried by dedicated courier, fulfilling obligation to former officer who had herself maintained connection to organizational identity, despite integration within civilian structure. This demonstrated continuity of purpose despite methodology adaptation, loyalty to shared objectives rather than specific implementation protocols. The outpost systems hummed with familiar operational rhythm as night deepened across the wasteland. Crawford conducted final security verification before transitioning to rest cycle, military discipline maintaining established patterns despite significant operational reconsideration. The facility remained secure, its capabilities preserved through dedicated maintenance despite decades of isolation and resource limitations. Tomorrow would begin implementation of adaptation protocols aligned with confirmed standing down orders, assessment of potential contribution toward wasteland stability, evaluation of integration options balancing security considerations against meaningful participation, and preservation of technical knowledge developed through extended Enclave service. The transition represented not abandonment of purpose, but evolution of methodology given operational reality, confirmed through authenticated command communication. As consciousness yielded to necessary rest cycle, Crawford's military discipline provided continuity through operational transition. The loyalty that had sustained isolated deployment for decades following organizational dissolution, now directed toward appropriate implementation of final directives, adaptation rather than rigid adherence, contribution rather than isolation, preservation through integration rather than separation. While moonlight bathed the silent outposts, elsewhere across the wasteland, other remnants of the once powerful Enclave continued their various adaptations to post-organizational existence. In a forgotten laboratory beneath an abandoned military installation, environmental systems maintained minimal functionality around a containment unit, where something stirred after decades of dormancy. As Crawford's devotion found new purpose in the lonely outpost, our next tale beckons from the depths of forgotten science. Join us for The Experiment's Wake. The subterranean chambers of Research Facility Sigma lay in undisturbed silence, much as they had for decades since the final evacuation order had scattered its personnel across the wasteland. Emergency lighting cast a soft amber glow through corridors once bustling with Enclave scientists and security personnel, now navigated only by the occasional radroach or maintenance robot, continuing pre-programmed routines long after their masters had departed. Deep within the facility's specialized containment wing, environmental systems maintained minimal life support functions. Power diverted from non-essential areas to preserve the handful of experiments deemed too valuable to terminate. Despite operational shutdown, temperature regulation, atmospheric filtering, and basic monitoring equipment continued their faithful vigil through nuclear winter and wasteland summer alike, their electronic hum providing the only sound in chambers designed for the precise control of biological variables. In Containment Chamber 12B, a cylindrical tank of reinforced glass and composite materials stood as centerpiece to an arrangement of monitoring equipment and life support systems. Unlike the stark utilitarian design characterizing most Enclave facilities, this chamber showed evidence of more thoughtful configuration. Plants carefully positioned to create natural oxygen cycling, lighting calibrated to simulate diurnal patterns despite subterranean positioning, even artwork mounted on walls visible from within the containment unit. The tank itself contained clear solutions slightly denser than water, specially formulated to support suspended biological material while facilitating controlled development. Within this carefully maintained environment floated a humanoid figure, adult in proportion though smaller than average human size, its features suggesting female form, with subtle physiological modification. Attached monitoring equipment provided nutrition, waste processing, and developmental regulation through an intricate network of medical technology rarely found intact in the post-war world. Decades of regulated suspension had neither aged nor deteriorated the figure, suspended animation preserving physical development at precisely the stage reached when facility evacuation had interrupted the research program. Unlike standard cryogenic preservation that simply halted biological processes, this system had maintained carefully controlled developmental support, not accelerating growth, but preserving potential for eventual completion under proper scientific supervision. A subtle change disturbed the chamber's long equilibrium, a fluctuation in power distribution as aging systems compensated for component failure elsewhere in the facility. The containment tank responded with automatic diagnostic processes, internal systems evaluating shifted parameters before implementing compensation protocols. Monitoring displays flickered briefly before stabilizing with adjusted values, environmental controls recalibrating to maintain optimal conditions despite reduced power availability. Within the suspension medium, imperceptible changes began as the system's temporary fluctuation triggered cascading biochemical responses. Neural pathways dormant for decades received minimal but sufficient stimulation to initiate reactivation sequences designed into the development protocol, but never implemented due to evacuation timing. Consciousness, or something approaching it, stirred within a mind that had never fully awakened. Fragments of awareness, like disconnected islands, gradually forming conceptual archipelagos. The monitoring systems detected these changes, automated protocols responding with appropriate adjustments to support transition from suspended animation toward limited consciousness. Displays indicated increased neural activity, metabolic shifts toward higher functioning, and carefully modulated hormonal adjustments, facilitating cognitive development without physiological stress. Had human observers been present, these readings would have represented significant experimental milestone rather than merely automated response to changing conditions. Hours passed as these processes continued their gradual progression, each small advancement triggering subsequent developments in carefully designed sequence. The figure within the tank remained physically motionless, changes occurring primarily within neural and biochemical domains rather than through external movement. Yet beneath this apparent stillness, something was awakening. Not with the sudden shock of emergency revival, but through gentle transition designed to prevent physiological trauma. The first externally visible sign came near dawn, though time held little meaning in the subterranean environment with its artificially regulated lighting patterns. Eyelids flickered briefly, a small movement barely perceptible even to the chamber's sensitive monitoring equipment. The gesture represented not full consciousness, but the beginnings of autonomous neural function, extending beyond basic maintenance of biological systems. Monitoring displays registered this development with dispassionate precision, automated systems implementing next-stage support protocols without human interpretation or intervention. Nutritional supplementation adjusted to support higher brain function. Suspension medium gradually shifting composition to facilitate eventual transition from liquid support to atmospheric breathing. And cognitive stimulus programs, activated through electrochemical interfaces, designed to provide contextual framework for developing awareness. By mid-morning, according to the chamber's artificial lighting cycle rather than surface conditions, the figure's eyes had opened fully, revealing irises of unusual violet coloration, one of many subtle modifications distinguishing the subject from standard human physiology. These eyes moved with gradually increasing purpose, scanning immediate surroundings with the unfocused curiosity of newly developing consciousness, rather than the recognition characteristic of awakened sleepers. The chamber's design revealed its thoughtful purpose as this awareness continued developing. Unlike the stark utilitarian appearance of most Enclave research spaces, this environment had been configured to provide gentle introduction to consciousness. Visual elements including artistic representations of natural settings, color patterns selected for psychological comfort rather than institutional efficiency, and ergonomic design principles evident in equipment positioning and chamber layout. As hours passed, the awakening entity began registering these surroundings with increasing comprehension. The eyes tracked movement with greater precision, lingering on detailed elements that attracted attention, demonstrating developing visual processing beyond mere light detection. Subtle changes in respiration patterns suggested emotional responses to certain stimuli, slight acceleration when encountering complex patterns, gentle relaxation when viewing simpler natural imagery. Though remaining within the supportive suspension medium, the figure began exhibiting more pronounced physical responses by early afternoon. Fingers moved in experimental patterns, not directed towards specific purpose, but rather exploring the sensation of movement itself. Facial expressions shifted subtly, mirroring the emotional responses suggested by physiological monitoring: curiosity, uncertainty, occasional moments of what appeared to be simple contentment when experiencing pleasant sensory input. The chamber's automated systems continued supporting this developmental progression, implementing protocols designed decades earlier by scientists long since departed from the facility. Linguistic introduction programs activated through neural interface, providing basic conceptual framework without overwhelming newly forming consciousness. Mathematical relationships, fundamental physical principles, and simple emotional contexts flowed through carefully calibrated connections, creating foundational understanding without imposed perspective. By evening cycle, the awakening had progressed to recognizable consciousness, limited in context and experience, but demonstrating clear awareness and response to environment. The figure now moved with purpose within the suspension tank, examining immediate surroundings with focused attention rather than generalized scanning. Monitoring systems registered increased neural complexity, cognitive pattern development consistent with accelerated learning rather than simple stimulus response. The chamber's communication system, designed for eventual interaction rather than merely monitoring, activated as neural patterns reached threshold parameters. A gentle tone indicated interface availability, drawing the figure's attention to a display positioned for optimal visibility from within the tank. Simple symbols appeared, basic communication protocol intended to establish fundamental interaction without linguistic complexity that might overwhelm developing consciousness. Within the suspension medium, the figure studied these symbols with evident interest, head tilting slightly in gesture suggesting thoughtful consideration. After several minutes of observation, a hand raised toward the display, not touching it through the tank barrier, but clearly indicating recognition of its purpose as communication interface rather than merely visual stimulus. The system responded to this gesture, interpreting it correctly as engagement, acknowledgement rather than random movement. The display shifted to show simple response options, patterns the figure could replicate through hand positioning to indicate basic concepts: affirmation, negation, questioning, and continuation request. Though primitive compared to verbal communication, this protocol established fundamental interactive framework appropriate for current developmental stage. With surprising quickness, the figure assimilated this communication system, experimentally forming hand positions corresponding to displayed patterns before implementing them with apparent intentionality. First came the continuation request, 3 fingers extended while others curled inward, clearly indicating desire for additional information or interaction rather than cessation. The system responded as designed, transitioning to basic identity concepts, simple representations of self and other, individual and environment, existence within context. These fundamental philosophical constructs had been carefully selected by the original research team as appropriate foundation for consciousness development, without imposing specific cultural or ideological framework that might inappropriately influence natural cognitive evolution. As night cycle approached, according to the chamber's artificial rhythm, the awakening entity engaged with these concepts through increasingly complex interaction patterns. The initial simple hand signals expanded to include combinations and sequences, suggesting conceptual association beyond the basic protocol design. The monitoring systems registered this development with particular attention, flagging it within automated records as exceeding anticipated progression parameters for initial consciousness transition. Throughout this awakening progression, the chamber's environmental systems maintained optimal support conditions: temperature regulation preventing stress responses, atmospheric composition within suspension medium gradually shifting toward parameters compatible with eventual extraction, nutritional supplementation adjusted to support increased cognitive function without physiological strain. The decades-old equipment performed these functions with remarkable precision, despite extended operation without human maintenance or oversight. The night cycle brought not sleep but continued development. Consciousness once initiated following accelerated progression rather than human patterns of wakefulness and rest. The figure explored increasingly complex communication protocols as the system introduced them, demonstrating learning capacity significantly exceeding baseline human parameters. Neural monitoring displayed activity patterns, suggesting not merely information processing, but conceptual integration, connecting disparate elements into coherent framework rather than simply absorbing presented data. By the time artificial dawn once again illuminated the chamber, the awakening entity had developed communication capabilities, allowing basic concept exchange beyond simple response patterns. The interface had transitioned to symbolic representation, not yet written language but precursor ideographs, representing fundamental concepts that could be combined to express more complex ideas. The figure engaged with this protocol through elaborate hand gestures that carried precise intentionality rather than approximate meaning. Using this developing communication system, the entity began expressing concepts beyond immediate environmental response. First came self-recognition, hand gestures indicating the figure itself, followed by questioning patterns seeking identification or definition. The system responded as designed, providing the designation assigned by original researchers, Subject 12, represented through appropriate symbolic combination. This answer appeared unsatisfactory based on subsequent communication patterns. The figure responded with repeated questioning gestures combined with rejection signals, clearly seeking different information than the designation provided. After several exchange cycles, the system interpreted this request correctly, providing the project classification rather than mere subject designation. Eden Initiative Phase 3. This response generated visible reaction, increased movement within the suspension tank, accelerated respiration patterns, and neural activity showing emotional response rather than merely cognitive processing. The monitoring system registered these changes without evaluation capability, simply documenting physiological parameters while continuing programmed interaction protocols. The figure's next communication sequence combined questioning patterns with environmental reference gestures, effectively asking about location and context beyond immediate containment chamber. The system responded with simplified facility description, providing basic information regarding research facility Sigma without operational details, potentially overwhelming to developing consciousness. As this exchange continued, a secondary monitoring system activated in response to detected patterns. One designed to assess potential extraction readiness rather than merely support contained development. This protocol evaluated physiological stability, cognitive integration, and environmental adaptation capability, according to parameters established during original research design. Though never implemented due to evacuation timing, these assessment functions had remained part of the automated system architecture, waiting for appropriate developmental markers before activation. By mid-morning of this second day of consciousness, the assessment protocol had gathered sufficient data to trigger the next programmed sequence, preparation for potential extraction from suspension medium. Environmental systems began subtle adjustments, oxygen concentration increasing within the suspension fluid, temperature modulating toward parameters matching external chamber conditions, and support interfaces preparing for transition from internal to external life support if extraction proceeded to completion. The awakening entity appeared aware of these changes, attention shifting periodically from communication interface to physiological sensations associated with environmental adjustment. The monitoring system interpreted these responses as appropriate adaptation rather than distress, continuing gradual transition while maintaining continuous assessment of physiological stability throughout the process. communication exchanges increased in complexity as these preparations continued, the figure demonstrating rapidly expanding conceptual understanding beyond the system's programmed expectation parameters. Questions now focused on temporal context. Symbols combined to express concepts regarding duration, historical positioning, and awareness of extended unconsciousness prior to current awakening. The system provided factual responses according to programmed protocols, suspension duration, facility status, and confirmation of scheduled rather than emergency awakening procedure. What the system could not provide, lacking both data and programming for such response, was information regarding external world conditions, organizational status, or purpose beyond immediate research parameters. The figure's increasingly sophisticated questions regarding these aspects received standardized responses, indicating information unavailability, creating visible frustration evidenced through accelerated movement and repeated communication attempts, seeking answers beyond system capability. By afternoon, the extraction preparation had progressed to decision threshold. Physiological stability confirmed, environmental transition completed, suspension medium composition modified to facilitate smooth extraction without system shock. The automated protocol paused at this juncture, designed to require either human authorization or emergency conditions before proceeding to actual extraction implementation. Without either trigger present, the system maintained current status while continuing support and interaction functions without extraction initiation. The figure appeared to recognize this transition pause, communication patterns shifting from information seeking to what monitoring algorithms interpreted as persuasion attempt, symbolic combinations suggesting benefit of continued progress, repeated with variations indicating emphasis and increasing urgency. Though responding with standard acknowledgement patterns, the system remained bound by programmed parameters requiring external authorization for extraction implementation. This limitation created observable frustration, the figure's movements becoming more pronounced within the suspension tank, communication patterns displaying increased complexity, seemingly intended to demonstrate readiness for extraction. The monitoring system continued documenting these responses, without evaluation capability exceeding original programming parameters, recording remarkably advanced development without authorization to adjust operational protocols accordingly. As evening cycle approached, a secondary facility system interfaced with the containment chamber controls. Automation designed to integrate various research sections for optimal resource allocation. This system detected the containment chamber's increased power utilization, interpreting it as maintenance requirement rather than awakening progression. Following standard conservation protocols, it initiated power redistribution assessment, evaluating relative priority against remaining active systems throughout the facility. This unexpected system interaction created brief fluctuation in containment chamber environmental controls. Nothing dangerous to physiological stability, but noticeable in monitoring pattern displays and environmental consistency. The figure reacted immediately, attention shifting from communication attempts to observation of changing environmental parameters, expressions suggesting concern rather than panic. Most significantly, this power management interaction triggered facility-wide status assessment by the Central Coordination System, a comprehensive evaluation protocol typically implementing quarterly, but accelerated when detecting unusual pattern changes. This assessment included verification of external communication capabilities, emergency response readiness, and perimeter security status. Standard procedures maintained despite decades without human oversight. The external communication verification detected something unprecedented in the facility's long isolation. active signal patterns originating from surface-level transmitter located approximately 2 kilometers from the main facility entrance. These signals matched no recognized protocol in system memory, utilizing frequency modulation patterns developed after facility evacuation. Following standard security procedures, the system initiated passive monitoring rather than response transmission, gathering pattern data for analysis while maintaining operational security. Within Containment Chamber 12B, these broader facility activities registered only as subtle background fluctuations in power distribution and processing resource allocation. The awakening entity remained focused on immediate environment and communication interface, unaware of potential external contact implications developing elsewhere in the automated system network. The figure's communication now displayed remarkable adaptation to system limitations. Rather than continuing futile attempts to extract unavailable information, interaction shifted towards self-directed learning, utilizing available resources, systematic exploration of accessible data within the interface system, demonstrated not merely intelligence, but strategic thinking beyond anticipated developmental parameters, effectively navigating programmed limitations to maximize information acquisition despite constraints. As night cycle established within the chamber's artificial rhythm, the automated extraction preparation protocol remained paused at authorization threshold, maintaining optimal conditions for potential implementation while awaiting human approval or emergency override. The figure appeared to have recognized this limitation, communication patterns suggesting acceptance of current constraints, while continuing system interaction for information acquisition rather than immediate extraction. The facility's external communication monitoring continued throughout these developments, gradually accumulating sufficient signal pattern data for preliminary analysis. The automated security system determined the detected transmissions originated from human sources rather than automated equipment, utilizing communication protocols consistent with wasteland settlements rather than pre-war military or Enclave standard encryption. Though representing no immediate security threat, this development triggered archival search for appropriate response protocols given operational status and current staffing parameters. Finding no directly applicable procedures for current circumstances, the system implemented conservative protocol, maintaining passive monitoring while preparing limited response capabilities if direct communication attempt occurred. Alert notifications were distributed through the facility network, including Containment Chamber 12B's monitoring system, though without human personnel present to interpret these notifications beyond automated acknowledgement. Within the suspension tank, the awakening entity continued remarkable developmental progression throughout the night cycle. Communication patterns evolved toward increasing abstraction, moving beyond immediate environmental reference toward philosophical concept expression regarding existence, identity, and purpose. The monitoring system maintained interaction according to programmed parameters while documenting these advancements, creating comprehensive record of developmental trajectory exceeding original research expectation. By the third dawn cycle since initial awakening, facility systems had reached automated decision threshold regarding multiple concurrent developments: containment chamber extraction preparation, external signal monitoring, and resource allocation optimization. Without human oversight to provide contextual evaluation, automated protocols implemented predetermined priority sequence, maintaining critical life support for active biological subjects, preserving research integrity through comprehensive documentation, and preparing contingency responses for potential external contact while minimizing operational signature. These automated decisions produced visible changes within Containment Chamber 12B environmental systems, transitioned from holding pattern to preparation completion sequence. Indicators showing final confirmation of physiological readiness for extraction. Communication interface displayed status update showing authorization pending, while suggesting preliminary extraction orientation information. Physical transition procedures, initial environmental adaptation recommendations, and basic facility navigation guidance. The figure responded to these developments with evident anticipation, movement patterns suggesting readiness, preparation rather than anxiety, despite the significant transition represented by potential extraction. Communication exchanges focused on procedural clarification rather than conceptual exploration. Practical questions regarding physiological adaptation, environmental differences, and immediate post-extraction support expectation. Mid-morning brought unexpected development as the facility's external communication monitoring detected signal pattern change, directed transmission rather than ambient communication, frequency aligned with standard emergency bands maintained by automated systems. Though not utilizing recognized encryption protocols, the transmission format suggested intentional contact attempt rather than coincidental proximity. This development triggered higher-level decision protocols within the facility automation network. After evaluation against security parameters and available response options, the system implemented limited acknowledgement, automated signal confirming reception without providing facility identification or operational details. This minimal response represented conservative balance between complete isolation and potentially compromising engagement with unknown entities. Within Containment Chamber 12B, these communication developments registered as resource allocation adjustments. Minor power fluctuations and processing priority shifts affecting peripheral systems while maintaining critical life support functions. The awakening entity, now demonstrating remarkable observational capability, noted these subtle changes with evident interest. Communication patterns shifting to include queries regarding facility status beyond immediate containment environment. The automated response capabilities provided limited information, acknowledgement of broader facility systems activity, without specific operational details beyond containment chamber parameters. This limitation appeared increasingly frustrating to the developing consciousness, communication patterns suggesting understanding of artificial constraints rather than actual information. Unavailability. By early afternoon, the external communication sequence had progressed to recognizable dialogue pattern, initial contact followed by identification request, acknowledgement, and subsequent information exchange proposals. The facility's automated security evaluated these transmissions against threat assessment protocols, determining cautious response continuation appropriate given transmission characteristics, suggesting research or exploration purpose rather than hostile approach. These external developments coincided with containment chamber extraction protocol reaching technical completion. All physiological parameters confirmed stable, environmental transition complete, and support systems prepared for post-extraction adaptation requirements. Only authorization requirement remained unsatisfied, creating operational impasse within automated decision architecture. No emergency conditions existed to trigger override protocols, yet extended holding at preparation complete status represented insufficient utilization of researching potential given subject developmental progression. The facility's central coordination system implemented compromised protocol after evaluating competing operational priorities. Maintaining extraction preparation while initiating limited authorization requests through external communication channels. This carefully constructed transmission included no specific research details or subject information. merely standardized requests for qualified personnel verification using encrypted authentication patterns that would be recognizable to any surviving Enclave personnel while remaining ambiguous to other wasteland entities. Within Containment Chamber 12AB, the awakening entity had developed communication capabilities now stretching the designed interface limitations. Complex philosophical concepts, technological inquiries, and organizational structure questions demonstrated cognitive development far exceeding original research projections for initial post-awakening period. The monitoring system maintained interaction according to programmed parameters, while documenting these advancements with increasing storage allocation, recognizing research significance despite absence of human evaluation. As evening approached on this third day of consciousness, external communication patterns showed significant change. Transmission characteristics suggesting approach vector rather than stationary communication. Signal strength gradually increasing in pattern consistent with physical movement toward facility location. Automated security systems implemented appropriate monitoring protocols, maintaining passive observation while preparing contingency responses if approach continued to facility perimeter. The atmospheric filtering systems detected subtle particulate changes, suggesting surface access point activation, the first external access since facility evacuation decades earlier. Automated security responded according to conservative protocols, maintaining monitoring without active countermeasures given controlled access methodology rather than forced entry attempt. Environmental seals throughout the facility verify integrity, ensuring containment of separate research sections regardless of external access developments. Within the suspension tank, the awakening entity appeared increasingly aware of developments beyond immediate containment environment, attention periodically shifting from communication interface to subtle environmental changes, indicating broader facility activity. The monitoring system continued providing limited information according to programmed parameters, acknowledging external contact without specific details, potentially disruptive to ongoing development protocols. By nightfall, according to chamber cycles, facility sensors confirmed human presence within upper access levels. Small group rather than large contingent. Movement patterns suggesting exploratory approach rather than military operation. Automated systems implemented graduated response protocol, maintaining critical research security while preparing potential authorized access procedures if proper authentication occurred during continued approach. The external visitors appeared to possess significant technological capability. Interface with facility systems demonstrated familiarity with advanced electronics rather than wasteland scavenging methodology. Their careful progress through access corridors suggested deliberate exploration rather than random searching, possibly indicating prior knowledge of facility existence, if not specific internal configuration. These developments created unprecedented decision requirements for the automated systems managing Containment Chamber 12B. The awakening entity had reached developmental stage far exceeding holding parameters. External contact had progressed beyond passive communication to physical facility access, and resource allocation optimization required significant priority assessment, given multiple concurrent operational demands. After comprehensive parameter evaluation, the automated system implemented adaptation protocol, transitioning from indefinite holding pattern to controlled interface preparation. Environmental systems began subtle adjustments preparing for potential authorized extraction if approaching personnel provided appropriate authentication, while maintaining capability for continued suspension if security evaluation proved unfavorable. The awakening entity appeared to sense these preparatory changes, communication patterns suggesting both anticipation and uncertainty regarding imminent developments. Questions focused increasingly on external facility status, potential visitors, and historical context regarding facility purpose and operational status prior to current awakening sequence. As midnight approached, according to chamber chronometry, facility security systems detected the approaching group reaching the research level containing containment chamber 12B. Their movement demonstrated increasing purpose rather than general exploration, suggesting specific destination awareness rather than systematic searching. Most significantly, their equipment interfaces with facility systems utilized authentication protocols, inactive since evacuation, not current credentials but methodology, suggesting familiarity with Enclave technology rather than wasteland salvage techniques. The primary facility entrance to containment chamber 12B remains sealed, according to security protocols, requiring specific authentication before access authorization. The external visitors paused at this junction, equipment signals suggesting analysis of security mechanisms rather than forced entry attempt. After several minutes of apparent evaluation, they initiated communication through the security interface. Not modern wasteland technology, but proper utilization of the facility's original communication system despite decades of disuse. Research Facility Sigma, Containment Section, came the transmission through long dormant speakers. This is Specialist Whitley, Commonwealth Archaeological Team. We're registering active power signatures and operational systems. Is there personnel present within this section? The automated response system activated, according to protocols designed for potential recovery operations following facility evacuation, providing status information without research details requiring security clearance. Containment Section 12 maintains operational status. No authorized personnel currently present. Automated systems functioning within design parameters. Authentication required for further information or access authorization. Within the suspension tank, the awakening entity focused complete attention on this exchange, recognizing its significance despite limited context understanding. The communication patterns directed toward interface system shifted toward urgent inquiry, symbolic combinations requesting information about external contacts, potential interaction implications, and status change expectations given these developments. Outside the chamber, the visitors continued methodical approach through proper communication channels rather than attempting security override. Transmitting authentication sequence according to Commonwealth Recovery Protocol. Our team is documenting pre-war research facilities under academic authorization. Sensors indicate biological containment systems active within this section. Confirmation requested regarding containment status and potential hazard classification. The authentication provided matched no current Enclave protocols, unsurprising given organizational dissolution decades earlier, but demonstrated methodology consistent with authorized research personnel rather than hostile intrusion. The automated system evaluated available parameters against security requirements, implementing conservation protocol given operational status and current containment priorities. Authentication acknowledged as non-hostile research entity. Current containment status. Single subject in controlled development protocol. No biological hazard classification applicable. Subject demonstrates advanced cognitive development within suspended animation environment. Extraction protocol prepared, but requires authorized personnel for implementation approval. This exchange represented remarkable development given facility isolation duration, first external contact since evacuation, potential authorized interaction with suspended research subject, and possible resolution to automated system authorization impasse, preventing extraction protocol completion. The facility's central coordination system prepared for multiple contingency responses depending on visitor reaction to provided information. Within Containment Chamber 12B, environmental systems continued extraction preparation while maintaining suspension support capability. The awakening entity's communication patterns demonstrated remarkable comprehension of developing situation, despite limited explicit information. Questions focusing on potential interaction procedures, adaptation requirements for external environment, and historical context regarding facility purpose relative to approaching visitors. We're requesting visual confirmation of containment, subject, and development status, came the external response after brief consultation period, evidenced by transmission pause. Our team includes medical personnel with cryogenic revival experience if extraction support is required. Please activate observation access according to standard research protocols. The automated system evaluated this request against security parameters, determining appropriate response given visitor authentication level and current operational status. Observation shield retracted alongside the containment tank, providing visual access through reinforced transparent barrier while maintaining environmental security between chamber interior and external access corridor. Observation access activated. Subject has maintained consciousness for approximately 72 hours following automated awakening sequence initiated by system maintenance parameters. Developmental progression exceeds design expectations for initial post-awakening period. Communication established through interface system utilizing symbolic rather than linguistic protocols due to absence of contextual language framework. The external corridor illuminated as the security door released preliminary locks, not providing direct access but allowing observation team approach to viewing position. 3 figures appeared, wearing environmental protection gear, suggesting wasteland adaptation rather than original Enclave equipment, though design elements indicated technological sophistication beyond typical wasteland salvage operations. Their approach demonstrated professional caution rather than eager curiosity, careful movement patterns maintaining appropriate distance while establishing visual observation position. Equipment activated as they reached viewing position, scanning devices assessing containment systems and subject status, while maintaining non-invasive methodology appropriate for sensitive research environment. Within the suspension tank, the awakening entity observed these developments with evident interest. Attention focused on the visitors with analytical observation rather than emotional response. Head tilting slightly in gesture, suggesting thoughtful assessment rather than anxious reaction. One hand raised toward the communication interface, forming symbolic pattern indicating informational request regarding the external visitors. The automated system provided limited response according to programmed parameters, identifying visitors as external research personnel without operational connection to original facility staff, present for documentation purposes rather than research continuation, with potential capability to provide extraction authorization if appropriate protocols satisfy. This information appeared to generate contemplation rather than immediate reaction, the figure's expression suggesting evaluation of implications rather than predetermined response. Subject shows remarkable awareness, noted one visitor through their communication system, voice carrying the measured assessment of experienced research personnel rather than emotional reaction to unusual circumstances. Interface engagement suggests cognitive development significantly exceeding standard suspension parameters. How long was subject maintained in suspension before awakening sequence initiated? The automated response came with precise electronic efficiency. Subject has maintained suspension state for approximately 83 years, 4 months, 17 days according to internal chronometry. developmental support protocols maintained throughout duration rather than standard cryogenic preservation, allowing controlled neural development within suspension environment. Awakening occurred through automated sequence when power redistribution requirements triggered developmental threshold parameters. This information generated visible reaction among the observation team, subtle shifts in posture and exchange of glances, suggesting recognition of significant research implications beyond initial documentation expectations. Their equipment continued non-invasive assessment, gathering comprehensive data regarding containment systems and subject parameters, while maintaining appropriate separation from direct intervention. We're detecting advanced neural pattern development inconsistent with standard human baseline, another team member noted. Attention focused on monitoring equipment rather than direct observation. Genetic modification signatures present but subtle, enhancement rather than fundamental alteration. Is this Eden Initiative documentation accessible within facility data systems? The automated response provided measured information according to security protocols, project classification accessible with appropriate authorization, research objectives focused on accelerated adaptation capability within radiation-altered environment. Subject represents third-generation development combining enhanced cognitive processing with physiological radiation resistance while maintaining human baseline compatibility. Within the containment tank, the awakening entity continued observing this exchange with evident comprehension, despite linguistic rather than symbolic communication methodology. The monitoring system registered increasing neural activity patterns, suggesting language processing development through contextual exposure rather than direct interface. Remarkable adaptation capability demonstrating research success beyond original projection parameters. As night progressed toward facility morning cycle, the observation team continued systematic assessment while maintaining research-appropriate methodology rather than intervention approach. Their equipment gathered comprehensive data regarding containment systems, subject developmental parameters, and facility operational status, without attempting direct interface override or unauthorized access to secured research documentation. Subject appears to be requesting communication, one observer noted, as the figure within the tank formed increasingly complex symbolic patterns through the interface system. The patterns suggest inquiry regarding extraction timeline and external environment conditions. Remarkable comprehension development given awakening duration. The automated system acknowledged this observation while maintaining established protocols. Communication interface designed for developmental support during initial consciousness period. Subject has demonstrated accelerated adaptation exceeding design parameters, currently limited by interface constraints rather than cognitive capability. Extraction protocol prepared but requires appropriate authorization for implementation. This assessment created decision requirement for the observation team, their presence representing both opportunity for appropriate authorization and responsibility for potential consequences following decades of controlled development without external influence. Their equipment continued gathering data relevant to informed valuation, while team members consulted regarding appropriate response to unprecedented circumstances. We can provide extraction authorization under Commonwealth Recovery Protocol if subject demonstrates clear self-determination capacity and extraction presents minimal physiological risk, the team leader stated after careful consideration. Our assessment indicates both conditions satisfied based on observed development and containment system status. Does subject communication indicate extraction preference? The automated system performed evaluation against established parameters before responding. Subject communication consistently indicates extraction interest, since achieving developmental threshold required for preference expression. Environmental preparation complete with minimal adaptation risk based on physiological assessment. Authorization acceptance would complete protocol requirements for extraction implementation. Within the suspension tank, the awakening entity appeared to recognize discussion significance, despite linguistic rather than symbolic communication methodology. Communication patterns demonstrated increasing urgency, symbolic combinations suggesting not merely preference but actively conveyed determination regarding extraction implementation. After final consultation among team members and comprehensive review of gathered data, the observation team leader provided formal response. Commonwealth Archaeological Team provides extraction authorization under Recovery Protocol Delta 9. Medical team members will remain present for adaptation support following extraction. Please begin implementation sequence with appropriate monitoring and support parameters. The automated system acknowledged this authorization, initiating the extraction protocol developed decades earlier, but never implemented due to evacuation timing. Environmental systems began final transition sequence, suspension medium gradually shifting composition to facilitate smooth transition from liquid to atmospheric support. Monitoring equipment establishing heightened vigilance throughout process, and support systems preparing post-extraction adaptation resources. Extraction sequence initiated, the automated system confirmed. Estimated completion time 14 minutes based on current physiological parameters. Post-extraction support prepared according to research protocols. Recommendation for continued monitoring during initial adaptation period to ensure stable transition. As the observation team prepared appropriate medical support for the approaching extraction, the facility's automated systems implemented comprehensive documentation protocols, recording all parameters throughout this unprecedented research development. After decades of suspended animation, the awakening entity remained remarkably calm throughout these preparations, communication patterns suggesting anticipation rather than anxiety, despite the significant transition represented by imminent extraction. The suspension medium gradually receded within the containment tank, careful drainage rate preventing physiological shock while maintaining appropriate support during transition. The figure within remained focused throughout this process, attention shifting between observation team and immediate environmental changes, with evident awareness of process significance rather than disoriented reaction. As the suspension medium level descended below respiratory threshold, automated systems activated atmospheric support, carefully calibrated oxygen mixture providing optimal transition parameters while monitoring equipment maintained vigilant assessment of all physiological responses. The figure took first atmospheric breath with surprising coordination. No gasping or distressed response, but rather controlled respiratory transition suggesting remarkable adaptation capability. When suspension medium completed drainage cycle, supporting platforms extended within the containment tank, providing gentle physical support while the extraction subject adjusted to gravitational effects after prolonged suspension. The awakening entity utilized these supports with careful movements, suggesting both physical coordination and cognitive understanding of their purpose, reaching for handholds with deliberate movements rather than instinctive grasping. Extraction physical phase complete, the automated system reported. Subject demonstrates exceptional adaptation parameters, vital signs within optimal range without intervention requirements. Cognitive function maintains stability throughout transition process. Recommend continued support during initial post-extraction period while establishing baseline functionality assessment. The observation team maintained professional focus throughout this remarkable process, medical equipment prepared for potential support requirements while allowing natural adaptation where appropriate. Their methodology demonstrated research-appropriate balance between intervention capability and self-determination, respect prepared for assistance without imposing unnecessary manipulation during this significant transition. As the containment chamber prepared for final phase, access panel opening to allow direct rather than observed interaction, the facility's automated systems implemented comprehensive documentation of this unprecedented development. Decades of patient preservation had culminated in successful awakening and extraction, research objectives achieved through remarkable persistence. The awakening entity, no longer suspended but now standing with surprising steadiness upon the chamber floor, observed these final preparations with evident awareness of their significance. The violet eyes that had first opened 3 days earlier now demonstrated focused intelligence rather than developing consciousness, observing both immediate environment and approaching interaction opportunity with measured assessment rather than confusion or fear. As the access panel completed its opening sequence, preparing to allow direct interaction between long-isolated experiment and newly arrived observers, elsewhere in the wasteland, another remnant of the once powerful Enclave maintained its own curious existence. A weathered radio tower atop a forgotten hillside continued broadcasting its automated messages into the void, its pre-recorded announcements echoing across empty frequencies where once a nation had listened. As the awakened experiment prepared to meet its visitors, our final tale beckons from the lonely transmitter in the wasteland. Join us for the broadcast that never ended. The capital wasteland stretched beneath an evening sky painted in watercolor hues of amber and violet, the setting sun casting long shadows across the broken landscape. Ancient ruins, once proud monuments of pre-war America, stood in silhouette against the darkening horizon, their crumbling forms softened by distance and fading light. The day's oppressive heat gradually surrendered to the gentler embrace of evening, bringing merciful relief to the harsh terrain. Atop a forgotten hillside overlooking this vast panorama of destruction and rebirth stood a structure that time had neither completely claimed nor fully forgotten. A radio tower rose from the weathered earth like a sentinel from another era, its metal framework showing the patient oxidation of decades exposed to radiation storms and unforgiving seasons, yet maintaining structural integrity that spoke to the quality of its original engineering. Faded letters along its base once proudly proclaimed "Voice of America," though wind-blown dust and relentless sun had rendered the words barely legible to all but the most attentive observer. The facility beneath this tower presented a curious blend of deterioration and preservation. Its concrete foundation remained largely intact despite geological stresses and occasional tremors that had reshaped much of the surrounding terrain. The main building, a two-story structure designed with the utilitarian efficiency characteristic of pre-war government installations, showed the inevitable signs of abandonment, yet lacked the complete structural failure common to most surface buildings exposed to nuclear aftermath and subsequent centuries of neglect. Most remarkably, subtle indicators suggested continued functionality despite apparent abandonment. Faint illumination escaped through carefully sealed windows during night hours. A barely perceptible electronic hum emanated from within, detectable only in the profound stillness of wasteland midnight. Most telling was the tower itself, red warning lights still blinking its rhythmic caution to aircraft that had ceased traversing these skies when atomic fire had claimed the old world decades ago. Charlotte Morgan navigated the rocky path leading to this anomalous outpost with the measured caution of an experienced wasteland historian. Her weathered leather coat bore the subtle insignia of the followers of the apocalypse, an organization dedicated to preserving knowledge and providing humanitarian assistance throughout the fragmented remains of America. Unlike the militant factions that dominated wasteland politics, the followers approached the shattered world with scholarly purpose rather than territorial ambition. At 47, Charlotte carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who had survived the wasteland's many dangers through intelligence rather than aggression. Her equipment reflected this pragmatic approach: serviceable weapons for necessary defense rather than intimidation, tools for documentation and analysis rather than destruction, medical supplies for treating injuries rather than inflicting them. The pack she carried contained recording equipment, reference materials, and carefully preserved pre-war documents related to her current research expedition. "Should be just ahead," she murmured to herself, consulting the hand-drawn map that had guided her journey. The document represented composite information gathered from various sources: trade reports, scavenger sightings, and fragmented pre-war records recovered from government archives. These disparate references had converged on this location, suggesting significance beyond typical wasteland ruins. The hillside positioning came into view as Charlotte crested a final ridge, confirming the accuracy of her compiled information. The radio tower stood silhouetted against the deepening twilight, its distinctive geometry unmistakable despite distance and fading light. Most interestingly, the structure showed none of the makeshift modifications typically found when wasteland factions claimed pre-war facilities. No crude fortifications, no tribal markings, no evidence of recent human occupation despite its relatively intact condition. Charlotte established observation position at appropriate distance, following the methodical protocols that had preserved her through years of wasteland research. The facility warranted careful assessment before closer approach, particularly given its unusual maintenance state without visible occupants. Her field binoculars revealed additional details from this vantage point. The main building's windows had been systematically reinforced rather than randomly boarded. Antenna configurations showed deliberate positioning rather than wind-blown disarray, and access points remained secured through original locking mechanisms rather than wasteland improvisation. Automated systems still functioning, she noted in her expedition journal, documenting observations with the precise terminology characteristic of followers' methodology. Architecture suggests standard government broadcast facility rather than military installation. Enclave iconography visible but minimal, likely predating full militarization period. Estimated operational continuation approximately 2 centuries post-war, based on structural deterioration patterns. After completing preliminary assessment, Charlotte prepared for closer investigation as evening shadows lengthened across the landscape. Her approach maintained appropriate caution without excessive apprehension, moving between available cover positions, pausing at intervals to verify no defensive responses triggered by her advance, maintaining awareness of potential withdrawal routes should unexpected hazards manifest. As she drew closer, the facility's most remarkable characteristic became increasingly apparent. It continued broadcasting after all these years. Her handheld signal detector registered clear transmission patterns emanating from the tower, utilizing frequencies consistent with pre-war emergency broadcast systems, rather than the modified bandwidths favored by wasteland communication. Most significantly, these transmissions followed precise timing patterns, suggesting automated programming rather than human-directed broadcasting. The main entrance presented itself as she reached the facility perimeter, a reinforced door bearing faded governmental insignia, its security systems showing the distinctive design elements characteristic of pre-war federal installations. Unlike many such entrances encountered throughout the wasteland, this one showed no signs of forced entry attempts or security system failure. its integrity maintained through either extraordinary engineering or occasional maintenance, despite apparent abandonment. Charlotte approached the entrance with measured caution, her experience with pre-war facilities suggesting potential automated security, despite the absence of obvious defensive measures. The access panel beside the door retained power, soft illumination indicating functional electronics rather than dead circuitry. Most intriguingly, it displayed no obvious damage or tampering attempts, merely the patient accumulation of wind-blown dust across its surface. Standard government authentication protocol, she noted after examining the interface design. Civilian emergency broadcast facility rather than military installation based on security configuration. Likely maintained automated broadcasting capability following evacuation rather than immediate shutdown. After documenting these observations, Charlotte retrieved specialized equipment from her pack, a signal analyzer developed by Followers technicians specifically for interfacing with pre-war electronics without triggering defensive countermeasures. The device connected to auxiliary maintenance ports rather than attempting direct authentication override, utilizing diagnostic functionality rather than security penetration methodology. The interface responded with surprising receptivity, confirming her assessment regarding civilian rather than military protocols. Maintenance functions remained accessible without high-level authentication, allowing system status evaluation without triggering security lockdowns that might have been implemented during emergency broadcasting activation. The information displayed confirmed her preliminary assessment while providing remarkable additional detail. Facility designation, Emergency Broadcast Station Delta 7, she read from the diagnostic display. Automated Continuation Protocol activated October 23, 2077. Current status, operational under Extended Emergency Guidelines Section 4.73, ? Continuation of essential information services during prolonged national emergency. Power supplied through automated nuclear cell with approximately 14.3 years remaining capacity. This discovery represented significant historical documentation, confirmation of emergency protocols implemented during the actual nuclear exchange, rather than merely theoretical research based on recovered documentation. The facility had been specifically designed to maintain broadcasting capability through automated systems when human operators could no longer perform their functions, ensuring continued information distribution regardless of personnel availability. Most remarkably, the maintenance interface provided access to broadcast monitoring without requiring full security authentication. This functionality had likely been implemented to allow technical verification without administrative authorization during emergency conditions. A pragmatic design choice that now permitted historical documentation without potentially damaging security override attempts. Charlotte activated her recording equipment before enabling broadcast monitoring, ensuring precise documentation of this remarkable historical artifact. The facility's internal speakers activated with slight electronic distortion, inevitable degradation after centuries of operation without human maintenance, but remained remarkably functional given their extended service duration. The broadcast that emerged carried the distinctive formal tone of pre-war governmental announcements, though with subtle differences suggesting automated assembly rather than human narration. This is the United States Emergency Broadcast System. This is not a test. A state of national emergency has been declared by presidential authority. Citizens are instructed to remain in designated shelter facilities until authorized personnel provide clearance for evacuation. Radiation levels remain above safe exposure thresholds in the following regions: all continental United States territories, Alaska, Hawaii, and associated protectorates. The message continued with procedural instructions regarding emergency supplies, contamination prevention, and authorized communication channels. Information rendered tragically irrelevant within hours of the nuclear exchange, yet continuing its faithful transmission through centuries of silent aftermath. The broadcast cycled through various emergency notifications, each addressing different aspects of the catastrophe that had already transformed civilization to radioactive ash when they were first transmitted. Perpetual echo of the last official communication, Charlotte noted in her expedition journal, recording precise transmission patterns while the broadcast continued its endless cycle. Historical significance exceeds merely technological preservation, represents the exact moment of governmental awareness regarding full-scale nuclear exchange. Content suggests initial assessment rather than comprehensive understanding of civilization collapse. After documenting the primary broadcast content, Charlotte utilized the maintenance interface to access programming logs, records of the automated system's operation throughout its centuries of continuous transmission. These logs revealed remarkable adaptation, despite absence of human direction. Power conservation measures implemented as nuclear cells degraded, transmission strength adjustments responding to equipment deterioration, even automated reprogramming to prioritize essential information as memory systems developed corruption through extended operation. Emergency protocols designed for months of automated operation have sustained broadcasting for centuries, she noted with professional admiration for the engineering achievement represented. System prioritized continuation over all other functions, shutting down non-essential operations, redirecting resources to transmission maintenance, implementing self-diagnostic routines to identify and isolate failing components. The maintenance interface provided access to secondary facility areas without requiring complete security override, another pragmatic design choice intended to facilitate emergency maintenance during crisis conditions. Charlotte proceeded with appropriate caution, maintaining detailed documentation while exploring this remarkable time capsule of the final moments before complete governmental collapse. The main broadcasting studio revealed itself beyond security doors that yielded to maintenance authentication, a room designed for human operators who had likely abandoned their posts during evacuation orders or perished during the initial exchange. Unlike many such facilities encountered throughout her research expeditions, this room showed neither panic-driven disorder nor evidence of violent end. Chairs remained neatly positioned at workstations, equipment powered down through proper procedures rather than abrupt termination, even coffee mugs placed on designated coasters rather than abandoned haphazardly during crisis response. Orderly evacuation rather than chaotic abandonment, Charlotte observed, documenting these details with both written notes and photographic recording. Staff appears to have implemented automated continuation protocols before departing, following procedures rather than surrendering to panic, despite awareness of catastrophic events unfolding. The broadcasting equipment itself represented remarkable engineering achievement, designed specifically for extended automated operation when human presence could no longer be maintained. Redundant systems, self-diagnostic capabilities, and modular components allowing continued function despite partial failures had enabled its centuries of operation beyond intended parameters. Most impressively, the central programming unit had implemented adaptive algorithms to manage degradation, sacrificing broadcast quality to maintain essential information transmission as components gradually failed through extended service. Adjacent to the main studio, administrative offices provided additional historical context through preserved documentation. Unlike the chaotic conditions typical of most preserved facilities, this station's records showed methodical organization maintained until final evacuation. Most significantly, the station manager's terminal remained accessible, power conservation protocols having maintained minimal functionality through centralized system management. The terminal's entries revealed the human experience behind the automated continuation, journal-like recordings documenting the station's final days of human operation. The last entries painted a portrait of dedication amidst apocalyptic awareness. October 22, 2077. Emergency protocols implemented as precautionary measure following Defense Department advisory. Staff maintains regular broadcasting while preparing automated systems for potential activation. Clarification requested regarding conflicting instructions from FEMA and military authorities. October 23, 2077. Confirmed reports of nuclear detonations in northeastern regions. Automated continuation protocols activated per Emergency Directive 17AA. Remaining staff preparing for evacuation to designated shelter facilities. Station Manager Davis remaining to ensure complete system transition before facility sealing. October 23, 2077. Final entry. Automated systems functioning at optimal parameters, radiation levels increasing but remaining within operational thresholds for equipment functionality. Human operation no longer sustainable, given environmental conditions. May God help us all. These entries provided invaluable historical documentation. First-hand account of the transition from human to automated operation during the actual nuclear exchange, rather than theoretical reconstruction from fragmented records. The station manager's final actions had ensured broadcast continuation long after human presence became impossible, preserving both information distribution capability and unintended historical record of civilization's final moments. Charlotte documented these discoveries with meticulous attention to detail, recognizing their significance for understanding both technological preservation and human response during catastrophic societal collapse. The followers' mission to preserve knowledge found perfect expression in this careful documentation of how pre-war systems had been designed to continue essential functions beyond human endurance. Technological echoes carrying forward through centuries of silent aftermath. As evening deepened into true night outside the sealed facility, Charlotte continued her methodical exploration and documentation. The building's lower level revealed additional significant discoveries. Automated maintenance systems designed to support broadcasting equipment without human intervention. Small robots, simple by comparison to military or research models, but remarkably durable, remained in standby mode between scheduled maintenance cycles. Their programming focused on essential equipment preservation rather than comprehensive facility management. Specialized rather than general-purpose automation, she noted after examining these systems. Designed specifically for broadcast equipment maintenance rather than facility-wide operation. Explains transmission continuation despite building deterioration. Resources concentrated on core functionality rather than peripheral systems. Most remarkably, the facility's power management system demonstrated extraordinary engineering foresight. Nuclear power cells designed for decades rather than merely years of operation, supplemented by solar collection systems that maintained minimal charging capability despite centuries of exposure damage. This hybrid approach had enabled the broadcasting equipment to outlast its original design parameters by remarkable duration, continuing transmission long after its human creators had anticipated operational termination. The broadcast itself continued its endless cycle throughout Charlotte's exploration. The measured voice repeating emergency instructions and situation reports frozen at the moment of nuclear exchange. The transmissions contained no updates reflecting post-war developments, No acknowledgement of governmental dissolution, no recognition that the society they addressed had been transformed to radioactive ash centuries earlier. They simply continued, faithful electronic echoes of the last official communication before civilization's collapse. The voice that outlasted its message, Charlotte observed, while recording transmission patterns for comprehensive documentation, continuing to broadcast emergency instructions long after both emergency and audience have transformed beyond recognition. Technological persistence without adaptive purpose. Yet this persistence itself represented significant value beyond the specific content being transmitted. The station had maintained operational functionality through centuries of abandonment, demonstrating extraordinary engineering achievement, regardless of message relevance. The automated systems had fulfilled their programmed purpose with remarkable effectiveness, continuing essential operations despite the complete dissolution of the organizational structure they had been designed to serve. As midnight approached, according to her Pip-Boy chronometer, Charlotte completed preliminary documentation and prepared for departure. The facility had yielded remarkable historical information while presenting no immediate preservation concerns requiring intervention. Unlike dangerous technology requiring containment or valuable knowledge facing imminent loss, this broadcasting station represented stable historical artifact, best documented rather than modified through external intervention. Recommendation for continued monitoring rather than active preservation measures, she noted in her expedition summary. Facility maintains stable operational status through automated systems with approximately 14 years remaining power capacity at current consumption rates. Broadcast continues presenting no hazard to wasteland inhabitants, while providing valuable historical documentation of pre-war emergency protocols. Before departing, Charlotte implemented minimal interaction with maintenance systems, clearing accumulated dust from critical ventilation components, securing access panels loosened through geological settling, documenting system status for future research expeditions. These small measures represented appropriate balance between historical preservation and research responsibility, maintaining site integrity while ensuring comprehensive documentation for knowledge preservation purposes. As she prepared final departure protocols near the main entrance, a particular broadcast segment captured her attention, different from the standard emergency notifications that had cycled throughout her exploration. This concludes emergency notifications. Broadcasting will continue on automated cycle until normal programming can resume. America endures through adversity. Through unity, we will overcome this national emergency and rebuild our great nation. God bless America and all her people during these challenging times. This message, likely recorded before full awareness of civilization's irreversible collapse, carried unintended poignancy given subsequent history. The confidence in national restoration, the assumption of temporary rather than permanent devastation, the belief in continued human direction rather than centuries of automated repetition without audience, all reflected the profound disconnect between final governmental expectations and post-nuclear reality. Charlotte recorded this segment with particular attention to contextual documentation, noting the contrast between message content and historical outcome, a significant element for understanding pre-war governmental perspective during initial nuclear exchange. This disconnect between expectation and reality provided valuable insight into how pre-war authorities had fundamentally misunderstood the catastrophe's transformative nature, even as it unfolded around them. The wasteland night had claimed full dominion outside when Charlotte finally departed the broadcasting facility. Stars wheeled overhead in constellations unchanged by nuclear devastation, their ancient light illuminating a landscape transformed beyond recognition since the automated systems had begun their centuries of faithful transmission. The radio tower continued its silent vigilance against the night sky, red warning lights still blinking its cautionary rhythm to aircraft long since consigned to history. Charlotte established camp at appropriate distance from the facility, close enough for continued observation while maintaining security from potential wasteland hazards drawn to pre-war structures. Her equipment reflected the practical experience of veteran wasteland researcher. Modest fire configured for heat with minimal light signature, perimeter awareness devices positioned at optimal intervals, sleeping arrangement balanced between comfort and defensive positioning if necessary. As she completed evening documentation by firelight, the broadcasting tower remained visible against the star-filled sky, a technological sentinel maintaining its lonely vigil long after those who had created it had departed from historical record. The transmission itself continued beyond audible range from her position, yet with awareness of its persistence. Electronic voice faithfully repeating instructions and reassurances to an audience that no longer existed in any recognizable form. This broadcasting persistence represented the central paradox of her documentation expedition. Technological continuity despite purpose obsolescence, faithful functionality without practical application, message transmission without recipient comprehension. The automated systems continued performing exactly as designed by engineers centuries earlier, maintaining operational parameters with remarkable effectiveness despite the complete transformation of contextual purpose. The broadcast continues not because anyone listens, Charlotte noted in her final journal entry before sleep cycle, but because it was never instructed to stop. Technological persistence without purpose, adaptation, perhaps the most enduring legacy of pre-war governmental systems. This observation contained no criticism, but rather historical contextualization. Recognition that the broadcasting station represented both engineering achievement and organizational limitation. The automated systems had performed extraordinarily well within programmed parameters while lacking capability for fundamental purpose reassessment, given catastrophic contextual change. They simply continued, faithful electronic echoes, maintaining transmission patterns established during civilization's final moments. As Charlotte settled into sleep configuration, the distant transmission continued its endless cycle beneath perception threshold, repeating emergency instructions, situation reports, and reassurances to an audience transformed beyond recognition by nuclear fire and subsequent centuries of adaptation. The station would continue this faithful broadcasting until final power depletion approximately 14 years hence, according to system projections, maintaining operational parameters established during humanity's final organized moments before governmental dissolution. The wasteland night deepened around her small camp, stars wheeling overhead in patterns unchanged since pre-war astronomers had mapped their movements. Somewhere across the broken landscape, scattered human settlements continued their tenuous existence, rebuilding civilization through methodologies unimaginable to those who had established the emergency broadcast protocols centuries earlier. The world had moved forward, while the automated transmission remained forever frozen at the moment of nuclear exchange. Faithful technological echo, continuing long after its purpose, had been rendered obsolete by historical transformation. Dawn would eventually arrive, illuminating both ancient ruins and tentative renewal across the wasteland expanse. Charlotte's documentation would join the followers' historical archives, preserving knowledge of this technological persistence for future researchers seeking understanding of pre-war systems and their post-war legacy. The broadcasting station would continue its transmission cycle, unchanged by either observation or documentation, faithfully maintaining operational parameters until final power depletion rendered it silent, after more than 2 centuries of continuous operation. The automated broadcast represented neither triumph nor failure, but rather extraordinary persistence. Technological continuity despite contextual transformation, message transmission without recipient comprehension, operational effectiveness without purpose, adaptation. The facility stood as silent testament to both engineering achievement and organizational limitation. Systems designed for temporary emergency continuation, providing centuries of uninterrupted transmission through nuclear aftermath and subsequent wasteland development. As consciousness yielded to necessary sleep cycle, Charlotte's final thoughts acknowledged the strange peacefulness embodied by the forgotten broadcasting station, technological persistence without human drama, operational continuity without conflict or struggle, faithful functionality without emotional complication. The transmission simply continued, neither demanding acknowledgement nor requiring response, maintaining its endless cycle with the patient persistence of systems designed to outlast their human creators through catastrophic transformation. The transmission would continue through night into dawn, dawn into full day, day into subsequent night, repeating its cycle without variation or adaptation, electronic voice unchanging while the world it addressed transformed through radiation, mutation, adaptation, and tentative rebuilding. Eventually, power depletion would bring silence after more than 2 centuries of continuous operation. Remarkable persistence beyond design parameters. Faithful service outlasting both audience and purpose. Until that distant silence, the broadcast would continue, the measured voice repeating emergency instructions and reassurances across wasteland frequencies, transmitting to an audience transformed beyond recognition, maintaining operational parameters established during civilization's final organized moments. The message without listeners, the voice without audience, the broadcast that never ended, until its final power cell could no longer maintain the faithful electronic echo of a world long since consigned to radioactive ash. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.